好奇，为何我们能站在这里始终不困倦？因为要陪伴你们成长，所以我们坚韧毅力，成为依靠。因为要承担产业和局势兴衰，所以我们不断创新，精益求精。因为要看清台湾和世界未来，所以我们高度不设限，眼目纵览全地。我们是 CPC， 陪你一起走向未来。企业最具信赖价值的经营管理顾问机构，财团法人中国生产力中心。回首1950年代，我国产业正处于萌芽阶段。为协助产业提高生产力，由公民营工商企业50个单位共同捐助，于1955年11月11日成立财团法人中国生产力中心，英文名称为 China Productivity Center， 简称 CPC， 是我国成立最早、规模最大的经营管理顾问机构。在我国经济与产业发展转型的过程中， CPC 始终担任思维模式以及经营管理的拓荒者和先驱者，扮演政府跟民间企业桥梁，引领产业与企业创造价值，提升国家竞争力。
CPC 自1955年成立以来，始终扮演协助台湾产业提升经营体质的最佳伙伴。2000年时，由于国内外产业经营环境发生剧烈的变化， CPC 也面临了前所未有的经营窘境。我受政府的委托，接任董事长一职，并延揽张宝成博士来担任 CPC 总经理。我们推动了一连串的变革，让 CPC 有能力扮演在台湾生产力演进中的关键角色，承担促进国家产业发展之责任。
身为台湾经济提升的推手， CPC 主要推动经管辅导、政府专案、教育训练、媒体出版、海外交流、MyMKC 管理知识中心6大核心业务范畴。经管辅导业务以合理化和精实化为基础，为企业提供如家庭医师一般的医化诊断与辅导服务，协助企业经由电子化、行动化、知识化的进程，在辅导后留下企业可自行应用之系统工具，为企业打下卓越良好的经营品质。政府专案业务 CPC 配合政府经济与产业发展政策，透过政府采购法招标机制，积极争取政府专案的规划与执行，有效整合及运用政府资源，担任企业和政府之间的桥梁，成为政府智库，协助各行业成长跃升。教育训练业务 CPC 为全国最大经营管理训练机构，训练内容包含各阶管理人能力培养、职业训练、证照认证与企业智慧方案，为企业培育无数杰出经营管理与专业人才。媒体出版业务 CPC 紧贴产业脉动与管理趋势，透过出版丛书、杂志、影音视听产品及经管技术手册，向企业推介各种经营管理的新观念和新技术，并获得各种奖项的殊荣。海外交流业务 CPC 代表中华民国共同发起亚洲生产力组织 APO， 成为创始会员国，协助亚洲国家培训专业人才，并促进国际技术交流，在绿能生产与智慧制造领域扮演关键角色。2019年首度在我国办理 APO 第60届各国生产力机构主管工作会议 WSM， 有效提升我国推动生产力之专业形象。自2013年成立 APO COE on GP 亚洲生产力组织绿色卓越中心后，整合我国产学研界专家，筹组绿耕队前往会员国进行交流，将中华民国的优势绿能能量于 APO 平台中展现，奠定我国在绿能发展中之国际地位。因应工业4.0的发展趋势，CPC 创新开发 MES Plus 智慧制造体验道场。2019年，由本中心负责推动 APO-COE on SM 亚洲生产力组织智慧制造卓越中心，协助企业透过即时化、可视化功能的智慧管理系统，有效管理原物料、设备、组装等，达到快速回应市场大量客制化的目的，陪伴企业进行智慧制造数位转型。CPC 以知识回馈社会之心，建构 MyMKC 管理知识中心，一想到管理就想到 MyMKC， 提供国内外经营典范与创新商业模式解析、顾问影音直播等免费服务，强化全球化知识传播力度。跟随台湾重要工业发展， CPC 在全台北中南共设有7大服务据点，竭尽心力为企业提供经管专业服务。
在2006年的时候，发现我国的国家竞争力出现了衰退的警讯。我们延续1982年工业自动化服务团的精神，在2007年成立了产业卓越经营服务团。我们以5大产业为区隔，锁定服务的族群，为提升整体竞争力而努力。我们以前瞻发展的眼光来看，由事后问题解决转变为事先风险的预防，同时结合了智慧化科技的应用，希望协助更多的企业找到对的路径，以达到永续经营的目标。
CPC 卓越经营服务团提供生产力再造、数位转型、在地创生、化育整合、学习成长等5大经营服务，以崭新的整体解决方案，协助企业迈向卓越之路。生产力再造卓越经营服务团以总和生产力为核心理念，辅以精实生产与管理手法，协助企业运用 MES+、IoT 及 AI 等技术与系统，建构科技化智慧经营与生产体系，使生产营运最适化、价值最大化，提升企业竞争力。生产力再造卓越经营服务团辅导典范案例为星普科技。
在我们这个产业里面，制程复杂，少量多样，所以我们希望 CPC 来协助我们。
CPC 打造了 PCB 产业智慧制造服务平台，透过工业4.0的大数据分析和设备系统的改善，星普科技已经有能力因应少量多样的生产形态，帮助客户成功研发制造高质、高价、高端的产品。
谢谢你们在过去这么多年里面来陪伴。那我们也赶上这个智慧制造的这个趋势非常谢谢你们。
数位转型卓越经营服务团以推动数位转型，为企业创造最佳价值链结为核心理念，协助企业打造转型蓝图，并应用系统整合、顾客体验及营运卓越等技术链结新商业模式，完善数位转型之获利方程式。数位转型卓越经营服务团辅导典范案例为超勤集团。
超勤是台湾第一家的家庭电动屠宰场，至今已经35年。我们急需迫切需要能够引进新的智慧技术及管理的工具。
CPC 协助超勤集团以 IoT 概念建构养鸡场监测与管理系统，根据各养鸡场状况进行客制化的感测器的配置，监测鸡只饲养环境数据以及搜集每日鸡只重量变化。感测器会自动回传数值，并转化为资料库数据分析，将结果回馈于智慧家禽管理，协助超勤企业及时进行决策分析。
非常感谢生人力中心协助辅导我们超勤家引进新的智慧技术，让超勤家能够步入农业4.0的阶段。谢谢。
在地创生卓越经营服务团以人物境共好的思维，汇总在地文化资产、智慧资本及环境资源，利用科技取得资讯，打造出能展现与传承在地文化特色的产业，追求平衡、成长及共生，创造在地生命力。在地创生卓越经营服务团辅导典范案例为东城水产。
东城水产是台湾第一家拿到 HSBC 国际认证的加工厂。那我们主要产品是鲷鱼片跟鲈鱼片。那说到鲈鱼，我们就有这个产品是我们的花椒。那希望团长跟副团长可以一起协助我们， 来把这个产品做成一个永续，然后又有循环经济概念的一个创新产品。
CPC 盘点在地产业，找到东城水产独特的资源与价值，使用水产的副产物研发鲈鱼等保健调理商品，建立新品牌，并且辅导品牌行销、通路推广、产品体验，更到海外参展，发展新的市场推广策略，与月子养生餐饮、医美整形术后调理市场一起组成策略联盟，并且找到地方产业独特的价值，提供人物境共好的永续发展解决方案。CPC 也透过执行农委会专案辅导的百大青农，也协助东城水产的产量稳定，并且提供加工厂品质管理有稳定的成效。
谢谢 CPC 这一次的辅导与协助，也很感谢，谢谢团长，谢谢副团长。
跨域整合卓越经营服务团以跨领域、跨地域、跨世代为核心理念，运用生态系之架构，整合企业进行价值链重组，透过经管策略规划、创新商业模式建构、品牌行销及国际布局等服务，为企业找到新蓝海。跨域整合卓越经营服务团辅导典范案例为盛泰卫材。
JustTime 是一个有45年的制造经验、行销60个国家的品牌。早期我们都是以单一的水五金为主，那我们希望邀请 CPC 可以在数位行销、国际行销及产品多元整合的话做加持。
CPC 协同 JustTime 策划跨领域生态系的成长策略，结盟台湾厨房、浴室优质产品的业者，组成 Formosa Selection 美学卫厨水五金生态系，打造创新共好的商业模式，提供国际市场客制化且一站式的系统服务，满足居家卫厨设备的所有想象，同时陪伴盛泰卫材，将台湾整体卫厨水五金产业推向国际舞台。CPC 更以开放式创新、敏捷式开发的机制，辅导陪伴 JustTime 推动美的印台湾跨界创生计划，集结国内顶尖设计师一起发想明日居家卫浴，获得德国 IF 奖肯定，让世界看到台湾实力，与国内水五金工艺以及室内设计师一起走向全世界。
谢谢 CPC 在国际行销、数位行销及产品多元化的大力帮助，让 JustTime 可以在国际发扬光大。谢谢。
学习成长卓越经营服务团也引领前瞻学习，落实知识创价为核心理念，传播前瞻经管知识，协助企业超前学习，深植组织学习文化，透过丰富学习资源，为企业蓄积人才资本，挹注永续成长之动能。学习成长卓越经营服务团辅导典范案例为环龙科技。
我们环龙科技现在面对全球市场的快速变化跟激烈竞争，希望透过 CPC 的协助，来提升整体的人力资本跟竞争力。
环龙科技以人为本，看重员工的沟通与管理，在员工职能发展上 ，CPC 顾问透过咨询、访谈，设计客制化的学习方案。环龙科技供应全球 IT 产业高品质的电子零元件 ，CPC 提供特殊专业课程 ，Python 物联网通讯技术实作班。环龙科技看重稳定又高素质的人力资产 ，CPC 提供各职位别经管人才培训，提升主管领导技能、问题分析与解决能力，协助主管提升组织管理绩效。
为了应用市场及制造国际化，未来我们的人才培育跟训练也需要扩及海外的职工，所以希望 CPC 继续协助，谢谢。
CPC 始终保持着创新、专业、尽责、精实、学习的核心价值，帮助企业实现成功蓝图。在工作中乐于分享，同时也乐于回馈，绽放热情，为社会带动一股正面的能量。
回首过往，有大家的一路相伴，让我时时充满着信心。变革之路，在总经理所有同仁的共同努力下，已看到成果。未来将有更多的挑战，CPC 责任将会更重大。我们要引领陪伴企业追求卓越，不只是我们对企业的承诺，也是对自我的期许。建议所有的同仁，
This afternoon's program will begin momentarily.
时刻莫忘
Please mute your cell phone or put it on
卓越
vibrate
之路，
before the
我
program
们携手共
begins.
进。
Once again, we will begin momentarily.
创新
Please
价
be
值。
seated.
财团法人中国生产力中心陪伴你走到未来。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Forum for Green Productivity Ecosystem. My name is Su-Qin Xue. I'll be the MC for today's program. I would like to introduce the VIPs in attendance today. First, please welcome Mr. Shen Xinxu, Chairperson of China Productivity Center. Next, I would like to introduce our second VIP, who is currently in Japan. He will be Dr. AKP Makton, Secretary General of the Asian Productivity Organization. Next, we would like to welcome Lin Zhishen, representing the Industrial Development Bureau, Ministry of Economic Affairs. Next, I would like to welcome from the now Dr. E. Praktish, representative of the industrial zone in Taipei. I will also like to welcome the representatives from the EPA, as well as the Industrial Bureau. Next, I will also like to welcome our next VIP, Mr. Robert Liu, Vice President of ChemMech Group. Next, I would also like to welcome the representatives of all the ecosystem key players. Thank you for joining us today. I would also like to welcome other managers and leaders from CPC. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Shen Shengxu, the chairperson of China Productivity Center, as he delivers his welcoming remarks.
Dr. Makton of the APO Secretary General of the Asian Productivity Organization, and also Deputy Director General of the Industrial Bureau of Ministry of Economic Affairs, and Dr. Tanakashi, and also Vice Chairman Liu from Guangyun Group, and also General Manager Zhang from CPC, and also dear colleagues from our ecosystems, good afternoon. It's truly an honor to have you join us at this forum and to talk about issues on green productivity. That is the purpose for this summit. APO is the pioneer in promoting the productivity movement in Asia-Pacific region. There are currently 21 member states, and Republic of China is one of the founding member states. And CPC, since the establishment of APO, we have been appointed by the government to implement various APO plans and activities on behalf of the country. And we've also acted as a bridge between our government and the Secretariat of APO, working with productivity agencies of member countries. And we jointly promote the productivity movement and enterprise upgrade and transform all these enterprises. And it has always been very important for us to to work together with our like-minded member states and to address issues of sustainability and climate change, and also to achieve the sustainable goals. And so together with the APO Secretariat and Industrial Development Bureau, with their support since 2013, we've been implementing the Center of Excellence for Green Productivity in Asia by bridging the resources from the industry, government, and academia. And together, we have created the value-added service for green technology. And together, there have been very successful and active exchanges with APO member states. And we've also built this team for green productivity with the experts. And there are many of the experts here. Thank you very much. And so we arranged field trips, on-site visit, and we have covered many countries, including India, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam. And this group of experts not only assist our country and also to assist the Indian leather processing zones and set up a wastewater treatment pilot project. And also we supply solar panel energies and equipment to Indonesia, as well as the training courses. And we have also seen a recycling company in Bangkok, Thailand. So not only do we promote green productivity of the member states, and we also build favorable conditions for us to export green technology overseas. Since COVID-19, since the outbreak of it in 2020, the global economy has taken a huge hit. APO Secretariat, in order to facilitate the SME and critical industry of the member states, and last year we proposed this recovery and resilience project, through which we help the member states to have better access to resource and to create momentum for economic growth. And of course, we've also participated in that project, and we would like to create this this environment for collective development. And we serve as a promoter or facilitator to offer solutions based on green productivity, and so that we can mobilize all the ecosystem, and also we can create coexistence and to accelerate business models and exchanges of experience and knowledge, as well as technology, to reduce the burden for SMEs as they transform themselves, and also to allow them to better address the needs to transform and to enhance their competitiveness, and also to brace themselves for the opportunities and challenges in circular economy. And right now, as we see the crisis of climate change is getting more serious, and carbon reduction is a consensus among all countries. So in the World Leader Summit in this year in April, the goal is already addressed up to reach net zero emission by 2050. So I'm sure you have seen from the media that global leaders are urging to reduce emission and reduce carbon so that we could have a sustainable future. So by 2050, well, I think, by 2030, we need to achieve a milestone, and 2050 is the target. So there are carbon rights, carbon transactions, and carbon tax. So all these new policies will be in place. So green economy is a very important goal, and also it is a challenge and issues for all industries, for all enterprises as they try to go global. And that is why we are helping the ecosystem to achieve these goals throughout the entire life cycle and utilizing smart technology to allow them to transform themselves. So low carbon has created huge business needs. And this is indeed a crisis. However, it is also an opportunity. So therefore, we need to seize the new business opportunities and also to gain a foothold in this new arena. And for Taiwan, we would like to also encourage all the members of the ecosystem and all the member states, please utilize all the resources and cross-disciplinary collaboration platforms to enhance the impact of the ecosystem so that green technology can become a critical force for us. Finally, I would like to thank all the organizations and the government agencies, including Ministry of Environment Protection and also the Bureau of Resources and also Industrial Development Bureau. And also, of course, I would like to thank APO Secretariat for your kind support and assistance for this summit. And hopefully together we'll be able to fulfill the goal of sustainable development. And wish you all good success and health. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Xu.
Next, I would like to invite the representative of the co-organizer, Dr. AKP Maktan, to say a few words. He is the Secretary General of the Asian Productivity Organization. Unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 travel restrictions, he's not able to join us today, and he will join us in the form of a pre-recorded video.
Greetings from Tokyo. It is a pleasure and an honor to greet you at this International Forum for Ecosystem on Green Productivity organized by the CPC. I'm indeed very pleased that the CPC, as the APO Center of Excellence on Green Productivity, is leading this important initiative that contributes to sustainable growth and a better environment for the future. The Green Productivity or GP concept was developed by the APO in 1994. GP was our response to the global call for saving planet Earth that culminated in the first Rio Earth Summit. The APO's GP emphasizes continuous productivity with less environment impact and offers practical strategies and techniques for environment-friendly business performance. After almost 3 decades of journey, the importance of GP is widely recognized nowadays when immediate efforts to address greenhouse gas emissions and global warming are urgently needed, as highlighted in the recently concluded 26th session of the Conference of Parties held in Glasgow. The COP26 meeting underlines the critical importance of collective concerted efforts. In our GP context, this translates to a requirement for a supportive ecosystem involving manufacturers and brands, investors, policymakers, academics, consumers, material experts, and resource management and design specialists. Only when all partners join forces and supplement each other's GP efforts can the industrial ecosystem maximize its capacity to preserve the natural ecological system on which we all depend. As the COE on GP, the CPC has been strongly supporting other APO members in their GP endeavors by raising awareness, building capabilities, and disseminating technical assistance. It is commendable that the CPC is expanding its GP scope to proactively connecting partners and building a stronger ecosystem. This effort will advance the CPC's achievements and contribute even more to sustainable development in the Asia Pacific. I sincerely hope that all stakeholders will join this initiative and contribute their expertise. I congratulate the CPC on developing this GP ecosystem initiative and wish the forum a great success. Thank you.
We would like to thank the Secretary General of APO, Dr. Mokhtar. Next, we would like to invite the representative of the Industrial Development Bureau to say a few words. Division Chief Lin Yusen will deliver his welcome remarks on behalf of Mr. Yang, Deputy Director General of the Industrial Development Bureau, Ministry of Economic Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the organizer CPC, Mr. Xu, Chairman of CPC, as well as Robert Liu from the CanMEC Group, Dr. AKP Mokhtar, Secretary General of APO, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and online viewers from around the world. Greetings from Taiwan. First, on behalf of the Industrial Development Bureau, I would like to welcome you all. Deputy Yang of the Industrial Development Bureau was scheduled to speak at the opening ceremony. However, he had to attend a meeting at the Taiwanese Congress, and therefore he is unable to join us today, regrettably. I am very honored to represent Deputy Director General to join the International Forum for Green Productivity Ecosystem. It is my great honor to see the great turnout and the success and the participation of so many industrial experts joining us today. I would especially like to take this opportunity to thank the CPC. It has been a key driver of industrial value chain transformation and upgrading, helping Taiwan's small and medium-sized enterprises to enhance their productivity during the past years. In fact, the Asian Productivity Organization celebrates its 60th anniversary this year. So I would like to thank the APO for its efforts to actively promote the sustainable social economic development of its member states in the Asia-Pacific region over the years. As we all know, that the outbreak of COVID-19 has continued to devastate societies, countries, and economies around the world. And countries around the world have all tried to come up with solutions and countermeasures. The COP26, the 26th United Nations Climate Summit, has reached a global agreement to combat climate change. In fact, President Tsai Ing-wen of Taiwan, as Mr. Xi of CPC had already mentioned, that President Tsai has announced in the video that Taiwan plans to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, and the goal will soon be incorporated into Taiwan's greenhouse gas reduction and management law. At the same time, Taiwan continues to implement its 5+2 industrial innovation plan. This includes circular economy, green productivity, and energy, to name a few. So, in order to achieve this net zero emission goal by 2050, it has become a major trend and goal for Taiwan and for countries around the world to promote sustainable development and circular economy. So, Taiwan, in fact, ranks very high around the world in terms of its resource recycling capability. Taiwan is among the world's top 3 resource recycling countries. Many manufacturers excel in this field. For example, Everclear's FBR water treatment process is one of its kind that only 5 or a few companies in the world had succeeded in developing the technology. And according to the World Bank's annual business environment report, Taiwan Power Corporation for 3 consecutive years was ranked second in the report in terms of its green power supply capability. So Taiwan has a wealth of green technology solutions, and there are many hidden champions within various Taiwanese industries. And the rise of the green supply chain has presented to us challenges as well as opportunities for future development. Therefore, today, I'm very pleased that CPC had set up the APO Green Productivity Ecosystem with the support of APO and the key players from the industry. And I believe that through this platform and today's forum, we can further connect the resources from the industry, the government, and the academia. We can work together to turn Taiwan into the world's leading green solution provider as Taiwan achieves its green energy goal by 2050. Lastly, I would like to wish the International Forum for Green Productivity Ecosystem every success, and I wish you a fruitful participation, good health, and prosperity to you all. Thank you. Thank you, Section Chief from the Industrial Development Bureau. As the COVID-19 outbreak continues to devastate economies around the world, CPC has set up a green productivity ecosystem to explore green energy, green technologies. By setting up this platform, it will serve many different functions. In addition to matchmaking, international collaboration, and exchanges. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Chang, the president from the China Productivity Center, CPC, to introduce the ecosystem of green productivity.
Hi, everyone. And also Dr. Mokten, who's online, and also Director General Lin from the Industrial Development Bureau of Ministry of Economic Affairs, and also from the Energy Bureau, and also from the Ministry of Environment. And for those of you who are online, who are joining us here physically, good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of everyone from CPC, I would like to thank you for participating in today's summit. I will just give a quick introduction of the summit. Actually, there are a few different ideas of the green productivity. And so first of all, I would like to talk about the project background and goals, and number 2, the framework, partners, and roadmap, and number 3, the expected results. And for the project background and goals, I would first give you an introduction of APO, and then Center of Excellence, and then I will talk about the project background, key issues, and project goals. So at the beginning, Chairman Xu has already shared with you APO, which stands for Asian Productivity Organization. It was established in 1961 as a non-profit, non-political international organization. So I would actually define it as a UN for Asia productivity. So there are 21 members countries and 1 economy. So there are 8 founding member states. So in alphabetical order, because we join as ROC, Republic of China, and there's also Indonesia, India, Japan, Korea, etc. So there are all these countries. This year marks the 60th anniversary of APO, but because of COVID, we would have to put off all the celebration till next year. So next year in December, there will be a celebration for our 60th anniversary. Actually, for the mission of APO, and it aims to contribute to the sustainable socio-economic development of Asia and the Pacific through enhancing productivity, and the vision is inclusive innovation-led productivity growth in Asia-Pacific. And the goals is to sustain productivity growth and also to create robust innovation ecosystem and inclusive engagement and shared prosperity. So for all these 21 member countries and economy, there are all the ASEAN countries are included because we have the new southbound policy. We are trying to build very close ties with the ASEAN countries, and they are all member states of the APO. So this is the structure of the organization. As you could see, governor body meeting, GBN, is the highest unit. So every year in May, the member state will take turns holding the meeting. And so the members actually sent by the member states. So we have Chairman Xu, who is acting as our representative in APO. And then we have the alternate director, who is Liu Zhenhua, Director General of Industrial Development Bureau. So other than the GBN, we also have the workshop meeting. At this moment, I am the representative, I'm the delegate. And as to the agriculture delegate, that is the representative from the Council of Agriculture. And Secretary General, as you saw, who gave us the opening address, that is Dr. Mokhtar from Indonesia. The Secretariat is based in Tokyo. And so now we have Executive Office, Digital Service, Program Directorate, that's under Secretary General. And they have in-country activities, multi-country activities. And so that is executed by the member state. For our country, for Republic of China, we have a project of a Center of Excellence, COE. There are two projects that are currently being undertaken. So the first one is Center of Excellence on GP, which is started in 2013. So we have engaged Laos, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, India, and Indonesia. We have already started cooperation exchanges with them. So we will hear some presentations regarding this matter later on. And then we actually, during President Ma's administration, he came to the inauguration of the APO Center of Excellence. And the person standing next to him is Mr. Amano, who was the Secretary General at that time. And 2019, we apply for the establishment of Center of Excellence on smart manufacturing. So Director Liu Zhenhua and myself, we went to APO's meeting to give a presentation, and this application was approved. So Center of Excellence on Smart Manufacturing was established on August 6 in 2019 in Taichung. And at that time, the Economic Affairs Minister, Shen, who also came to the inception ceremony, and then the Secretary General was Dr. Sensi. And so last month, we have completed a demonstration of our projects. So we have also engaged in cooperation and exchanges with Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. But of course, due to the pandemic, the exchanges are currently online. And I think after the travel ban is lifted, many member states will come to Taiwan and to see these Center of Excellence for themselves. So the Secretariat in May this year, because taking into account that all the member states are trying to strengthen SME, so they have initiated the Business Recovery and Resilience Project. And we believe that this is actually a very beneficial project, and we would also like to facilitate the local SMEs to assist their recovery. And in summer, we created a proposal and we submitted to APO, and it was approved. So in September and October, we have actually launched these two projects. And therefore, we have this summit on green productivity today. Before today's summit, we already had a kickoff meeting, and for all the participants in the projects, and they will also be giving presentations today, and you will hear from them later. So we would offer consultancy, training, method, system, and talents. So these are all the areas that we would like to address. And we also see that circular economy, green productivity, these are very major issues, and that concern ESG, sustainable development management. Actually, many of the benchmark enterprises in Taiwan, and they have been striving toward this goal. And 2050, the net zero carbon emission goal is also very important. And the SDG announced by the UN, there are various categories under these SDGs, and they are actually scheduled to be completed by 2030. So, and they would like to embed these values and these ideas in all these excellent enterprises. So ESG is actually an inevitable agenda for the enterprises. So we seen that this is something that we've been doing for many years, and we also need to demonstrate the result because of smart manufacturing and smart service has already become very popular, and we are trying to provide all these services to the entire society and all the consumers. And we would like to set these goals, the high value output, and also we need to have contributions to the environment. So as we try to build the green productivity as a solution, the business model is also very important. And I would like to share with you based on green productivity and high value output, and also the business ecosystem. And we'd like to use these solutions to address the current issue of how to increase our value added. So for the next part, I would like to talk about the framework, partners, and roadmap for ecosystem on green productivity. So business ecosystem, there was a term that was proposed by Tansley, a British ecologist, in 1935, but it was not used in the business field. In 1993, Harvard Business Review has applied this concept into business management, and also for us, we would like to use this concept to facilitate an ecosystem that facilitates common good and coexistence. And the government should be the guiding body, and then APO and also CPC, we can facilitate it. And we use the keystone contributors and ecosystem partners and to facilitate the development of such an ecosystem. So BCG, Boston Consulting Group, in 2019 has offered these analysis on the different types of the ecosystem. There are value-based ecosystem, solution ecosystem, and transaction ecosystem. So we adopt a value-based ecosystem and a solution ecosystem as our models. 3 years ago, we have included the traditional industries, green industries, and also furniture, for example. And we built exchanges with Thailand, with Indonesia, and we had very good results. So I think that shows that we are on the same page with these world-class consulting companies. And we have also been looking for partners in order to expand these ecosystems. And also, very importantly, this is a coexistence ecosystem, even though we are competitors, but we're also collaborators. If you look at the large picture, we are all in this together. So when we are working with the ecosystem partners, and we have actually consulted many of our partners in the kickoff meetings. And you will hear from them later on, as I mentioned. And of course, we are trying to bridge the local and international partners. Actually, 4 years ago, we've already seen the success of such business model. And we would try to create a B2B and B2G type of collaboration that is to government. So at this moment, these are the partners. We have Dafeng Environmental Technology from Thailand. They do recycle, and then TIMA, Taiwan Environment Manufacturers Association, they handle water treatment. And Simpla Biotech, they are in charge of resource regeneration. FGD Recycling Industrial Company, they do top-level refining. And then we have Chenlun, BenQ, Organic, Lead Ray, Huanyuan. They cover all these different aspects of the ecosystem, including biomass energy, energy storage management, regeneration, smart grid, smart integration. So CPC builds this platform for them, and then the government also plays a very important role. As to the inspected results and projects, and this is actually, we are in the first stage at this moment, and so these members would like to share with you the current milestones, and we would gradually expand the scope of our work, and we would also have a result sharing next year in March and also in June. So including all these upstream and downstream business partners, as well as the peers, and they would also be contributing to these projects together. And not only do we share the results today, we also have this official website. And there's also the APO newsletter that will be issued, which will cover the results of these companies. And then we also have these MKC platform and the Learning and Development magazine, and all these results and the performances will be shared on these different platforms. But for the interest of time, I'm just giving you a brief introduction of these ecosystems, and I would like to thank everyone for your kind support. And we also have many member states who have representatives online. I would also like to thank Secretary General Mockton for his support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chang, for your excellent presentation. Through his presentation, we hope that we will be working toward creating an international platform for a green productivity ecosystem. In order to achieve these goals, we would need staunch support from the industry players. Now, we would like to welcome Mr. Robert Liu, Vice President from the ChemMec Group and the Chairperson of the Chinese Society for Quality, to go on stage and say a few words. Mr. Shi, Chairperson of CPC, Dr. Maktan, Secretary General of APO, Tamil Nadu, Dr. Plaskasi, Tamil Nadu representative, and representatives of the Industrial Development Bureau, and the participants of the green productivity ecosystem, and those of you joining us in person and online. I would like to welcome you all to today's International Forum. I'm here on behalf of the Green Productivity Ecosystem. It is my honor to speak at this prestigious event. CPC is a pioneer in enhancing productivity for Taiwan. It has been ahead of the trend. Over the past 60 years, it has played an indispensable role in promoting productivity. In 1969, I was sent by CPC to attend a 3-month training program in Japan held by APO. So my learning journey started with APO. I learned about the production management and optimization, and I would like to thank CPC for providing people in the industry, especially those companies in Taiwan, with such a great opportunities over the years to be able to learn from the best practices from around the world. So my personal way of repaying and contributing to this collaborative system is to become part of the green productivity ecosystem. In line with the government's southbound policy, CanMec Group joined the Green Technology Service Team organized by CPC. We went on fact-finding trips to India, hoping to set up manufacturing bases in India. In Chennai, we were able to set up a solar photovoltaic power generation station in India. So it has served as a way to demonstrate energy efficiency, green power generation, and the technologies that are made available by Taiwanese companies. ITRI in Taiwan at the time has worked with TIMA and many green energy and green energy efficiency companies also went on many different trips to India to join the Green Technology Service Team. We went to the southern and the northern part of India to set up pilot studies and demonstration sites. However, due to the pandemic, our efforts were suspended. However, this short break is only temporary. Based on our understanding of the Indian market and based on our Indian counterparts' enthusiasm, we believe that this program will continue to prosper. Every time we visited India, we were given a very warm welcome, and we were received by high-ranking officials from India. This shows that the CPC and APO has maintained, and its Indian counterparts have maintained a very close collaboration relationship over the years. APO, in order to overcome the obstacles posed by the pandemic, has organized the green productivity ecosystem, and today signifies the opening and the official launch of this ecosystem. So over the past years, Taiwan has become an important global hub for the development and research of green productivity technologies. The aim for setting up this platform is to consolidate the expertise and connect resources from the different companies in Taiwan. As Taiwan reaches out to the world, we have set up very specific goals and objectives in terms of technology exchanges, passing down on the legacy, tapping into overseas markets, and expanding overseas business opportunities, just to name a few. And we are very sure that very soon we will see very concrete results related to the development of the green productivity ecosystem. In order to achieve the sustainable development and growth of the green productivity ecosystem, we need to turn our attention to the challenges that we face on a global scale. The social challenges, climate change have all become very topical issues today. Therefore, green productivity will be a main focus for industries around the world. How to reduce carbon emissions has become a priority for countries around the world. Many countries have joined the global initiative to aim to reduce, to achieve zero carbon emission by 2050. In a recent news story, I read about the Taiwanese government's recent decision to enforce green auditing to evaluate the qualifications of companies seeking to apply for loans from banks. So carbon neutral and the ability for companies to cut down their carbon emissions will become very crucial in terms of determining their ability to receive loans from and financial services. Therefore, we see that in recent years, the Taiwanese companies have paid over 800 billion NT dollars in carbon taxes when exporting their products to overseas countries. Therefore, as the chairperson of the Chinese Society for Quality, I believe that we need to turn our focus to green sustainability and productivity to reduce associated costs, to reduce carbon emission, and enhance environmental sustainability. So this cannot be achieved if the companies are working individually. We have to connect our resources. We have been working very closely with the government, with research institutes, with CPC, and with participating companies from related industries to create what Mr. Shi and Dr. Chang had already mentioned, this green productivity ecosystem, and I welcome you all as we join hands to create a better and more sustainable, greener future for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, next we would like to proceed to the presentation ceremony. We would like to invite the APO representative to present the plaque to the APO Secretary General. Because the Secretary General is unable to join us in person today, we would like to ask Dr. Chang from CPC to accept the appreciation plaque on the Secretary General's behalf. Now we would like to invite Mr. Shi, Chairperson of CPC, to present this plaque of appreciation to Dr. Chang, who is accepting the plaque on APO's behalf. Please return to your seat. Thank you very much. Next, we would like to begin the MOU signing ceremony for the participants in the green productivity ecosystem. We would like to invite all the participants to please go on stage to join the MOU signing ceremony. Each and every one of them will be holding a sign which they will put their autograph on to signify their commitment and participation in the APO Green Productivity Ecosystem. Now I would like to announce the names of the companies within the Green Productivity Ecosystem. Please welcome Zhang Baochen, Dr. Chang from the China Productivity Center. Next, we would like to welcome Mr. Robert Liu, Vice President of the CanMec Group, also the Chairperson for the Chinese Society for Quality. Next, I would like to welcome Ye Mingsen, and also the Lai Hongwei, Wei Lai, Managing Director of Dafeng Material. Next, we would like to welcome Mr. Johnson Chen, Chairperson of the TIMA, Taiwan Environmental Manufacturers Association. Next, please welcome Mr. Trung, Assistant President of the Chenlong Group, Mr. Stanley Chen from the BenQ ESCO Corp, Mr. David Lane, Agronic International Co., Mr. Jake Lane, General Manager of the Lead Ray Energy. Finally, please welcome Mr. Jackie Chang, Vice President of the Huanyan Water Solution Co. Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, all the representatives from the participating companies have all gone on stage. They are getting ready to join this MOU signing ceremony. Now, we would also like to welcome Mr. Paul Xu, Special Assistant to the Chairperson of the FGD Recycling Industrial Co. Next, we would like to invite more VIPs to go on stage to join us. Now we would like to welcome Mr. Xu, the chairperson of China Productivity Center, and Mr. Lin, Section Chief from the Industrial Development Bureau. And we would also like to welcome the Taipei office representative of the Tamil Nadu Industrial Zone. I would like to welcome all our distinguished guests to go on stage to join us in the MOU signing ceremony.
中间侧身，我们就这样的距离，对，稍微侧身，对，然后一起看向前方所有的相机，我们一起拍大合照。对，我们现在因为防疫做得不错，我们赶快脱个口罩，让大家看一下，我们在。
You could temporarily remove your masks as we take a couple more group photos. Please put up your thumbs for more group photos. Now we would like to invite Mr. Shi from CPC as well as Mr. Liu from ChemMec Group to remain on the stage for the next phase of the flag presentation ceremony. Now we would like to ask the CPC representative to present the flag to ChemMec Group. To the ChemMec Group, accepting the flag will be Mr. Robert Liu, Vice President of the ChemMec Group. Now we would like to present the plaque to Mr. Johnson Chen, Chairperson of the Taiwan Environmental Manufacturers Association, TIMA. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Please return to your seat. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Wayne Lai, Managing Director of Dafeng Material Co. Limited. Next, Jaden Ye, General Manager, Simpla Biotech Co. Limited, will accept the plaque of appreciation from CPC. Thank you, Mr. Jaden Ye. Please return to your seat. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Paul Xu to go on stage. Paul is the Special Assistant to the Chairperson of FGD Recycling Industrial Co. Limited. Thank you, Paul. Please return to your seat. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Stoney Chang, the Assistant President and the Director of the R&D Division of the Chenlong Corp. Thank you, Mr. Chung. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Stanley Chen to go on stage. Stanley is the Product Center and Business Solution Group Head of the BenQ ESCO Corp. Next, we would like to welcome Mr. David Lane, General Manager of the Gronic International Co. Limited. Thank you, Mr. David Lane. Please return to your seat. Next, we would like to welcome Mr. Jake Lane, General Manager of Lead Ray Energy Co. Limited. Please go on stage. Thank you, Mr. Lane. Next, we would like to welcome Mr. Jackie Chang, Vice President, Huan Yan Water Solution Co. Limited. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chang, thank you. We would like to thank the CPC representative, the chairperson of China Productivity Center, Mr. Shensheng Shi. Mr. Shi, you may also return to your seat. Thank you all for joining the MOU signing ceremony and the appreciation plaque.
绿能能量于 APO 平台中展现，奠定我国在绿能发展中之
活动即将开始，请大家就座。
发展趋势。
各位贵宾，欢迎回来。接下来
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will now resume. We have invited to this forum 9 companies from the productivity ecosystem. Each one of them will be given 15 minutes to make a presentation. Session 1, High-Value Services of Resource Regeneration, Trends, Technologies, and Case Studies. The first speaker will be Mr. Johnson Chen, Chairman of the Taiwan Environmental Manufacturers Association. Let us give him a warm welcome.
我们中国生产力中心
Mr. Chang of CPC, Industrial Development Bureau, Mr. Chang, as well as all the companies within the green productivity ecosystem. Good afternoon. Net zero, carbon negative, carbon neutral, and carbon footprint have become the most trending keywords for governments, corporations, and environmental groups around the world. Not just the corporations have to pay attention to the associated risks. These also pose opportunities for all of us. I am the chairperson of the Taiwan Environmental Manufacturers Association. Today, I would like to talk about Taiwan's smart green technologies for net zero emissions. My presentation is divided into the following parts. Number 1, development trends of environmental industry, an introduction to TEMA, overview of air pollution treatment system, overview of water and wastewater treatment systems, collaboration of APO, Center of Excellence Green Productivity, collaboration between India and Taiwan, and lastly, co-creation of smart green technologies. Given the developmental trend of environmental industries today, the United Nations announced its COP26 environmental goals. I think that this 26th Climate Change Conference has initiated another wave of cooperation toward eco-transformation, low-carbon economy, including renewable energy sources and energy efficiency. And Taiwan is also part of the trend. Taiwan can help APO member states to transform. And this has included the use of renewable energy, enhancing energy efficiency, recycling, environmental protection, water resources management. Taiwan can help in all of these fields. Taiwan is a small country in Asia. People have described Taiwan as the Switzerland in Asia. The current population of Taiwan is 23.5 million. The total territorial area of Taiwan is 36,193 square kilometers. However, 73% of Taiwan's land is mountainous and hilly. However, Taiwan has excelled and continues to lead the world in the development of green technologies. And Taiwan has gained international renown by working with international partners. Here is the current status and development trend of environmental industries in Taiwan. The number of related manufacturers in this industry is about 700, and export amount is about $1 billion. The top 10 exporting destinations are China, USA, Japan, Vietnam, Thailand, Korea, Malaysia, Indonesia, Canada, and Hong Kong. Like I said, Taiwan specializes in air and water pollution treatment, and these are definitely Taiwan's strength. We also understand that Taiwan's domestic market is limited by the size of the nation, so we need to export to the international markets. We understand that the demand for environmental protection and clean production continues to rise in emerging Asian countries, so we'll be aiming to tap into those opportunities. TIMA was established in 1988. The current number of members is about 100. We have continued to work with Bureau of Foreign Trade to showcase the works of our members, to participate in international exhibitions, to form alliances with international associations, and to assist members to exchange technologies with its peers around the world. We also cooperate with the Industrial Development Bureau for outstanding company selection for environmental protection equipment applications. We also encourage our members to apply for the certificate for quality control of environmental equipment manufactured in Taiwan. This is a very important certification, which was supervised under IDB. It has the potential to enhance the competitiveness of the Taiwanese products around the world. Next, I would like to talk about Taiwan's air pollution treatment systems and water and wastewater treatment systems. Here is an overview of our air pollution treatment systems available from Taiwanese companies. I will give you a very brief introduction. You could scan the QR code on the screen to bring up more information on these solution suppliers. For example, the air exhaust, especially dust gathering, static machines, RTOs, organic solution recycling, these are all the strong suits and the expertise of our companies. In terms of water and wastewater treatment systems, examples include filtering, dredge clearing, riverbed clearing, engines, pumps, land pumps, as well as dredging and drying, wastewater treatment systems, MBR, and water filtering systems, impurity removal solutions are all Taiwan's strong suits. It is a great honor that APO COGP has paid close attention to the India-Taiwan collaboration. We have been visiting each other to exchange technologies, to work toward a common goal of zero liquid discharge and zero waste disposal. Both sides have discussed extensively the green technologies and how we could each contribute to net zero emissions. The discussion began in 2013. You could see that here we have a time horizon spanning from 2013 to 2022, covering policy, technical exchange, training awarenesses, technology transfers, demo site, business models, just to name a few. Between 2014 and 2021, a total of 15 MOUs were signed between Taiwan and India regarding green technologies enabling sustainable capacity building and business model development. And in the Taiwan-India Collaboration Summit held in 2021, the Ecoli Company, as well as Sun Aqua Air Company from Taiwan, represented both sides to sign an MOU. In terms of wastewater treatment technologies, we have talked about the USB, AFB, and Etris Bionet, and Fenton family, FBR Fenton, ferret Fenton, sludge conditioning and sludge hydrolysis. And we have NBR, UF. These are the most cutting-edge technologies that fall under the category of Taiwan's wastewater treatment technologies. And our green technology service team was formed consisting of experts from both sides. We have visited the CETP Society in India. We, in fact, traveled to Tamil Nadu industrial zone and the water treatment plant there. And with TWIC's assistance, we traveled to these different sites in India to exchange technologies and to provide technical guidance. In addition, we also use smart green technology and the smart diagnosis for integration solution, biodiagnosis, in addition to other technologies. As of 2019, by working with the Center of Excellence Green Productivity, Green Technology Service Team, we have set up 4 different demo sites and we have completed pilot runs. And we have started the commercialization and technical applications at these sites. Here is a list of these different sites. We have MBR, BioNet, MBR, EDR, CMBR. These technologies are being demonstrated and are being pilot run at these different sites. Here, these photos show you that how both sides have been dedicated to strengthening green technology collaboration. Over the past 2 years, the world has been affected by the outbreak of COVID-19. However, our exchange programs continue to advance. We organize virtual conferences to enable exchanges and negotiation and discussions online. For example, here we have more examples of these virtual conferences and exchange sessions involving representatives from both sides to scale up the scope and the depth and the breadth of our cooperation. We have also focused on these 3 aspects in our 2021 collaborative progress in terms of the identified topics. Number 1, wastewater treatment. Number 2, green energy microgrid. And number 3, e-mobility and power grid, including electric vehicles. Here, in a few minutes, representatives from these 3 fields will also go on stage and make a presentation. They represent the wastewater treatment aspect, green energy microgrid aspect of the industry, as well as the electric vehicle and e-mobility aspect of the industry. In 2021 and 2022, we hope to continue to strengthen this green technology value chain through co-creation and collaboration. Here's a list of the companies from India and Taiwan that are actively participating in the ecosystem. I have introduced to you our commitment to tackling zero liquid discharge and zero waste disposal in order to achieve our goal of net zero emissions. Lastly, I would like to talk about the trend of eco-health and smart water 4.0. This includes water treatment, resource management, purification, processing, desalination, and reclamation. This all comes down to the use of automation, smart water 4.0 sensors to monitor the fluctuation in water quality, the status quo of the water treatment equipment. Through automated algorithms calculation, the information is then sent back to the site for real-time feedback and control. So now we are centering our applications in terms of water management on AIoT. In terms of biodiagnosis for water treatment, thanks to the help of Dr. Lin, he specializes in a microimaging of the microbial analysis. Therefore, these images could be uploaded to AI to be analyzed for AI image model interpretation, and the results can be fed back for cumulative quantity automatic interpretation for different types to optimize wastewater treatment. About 2/3 about 4 billion population, 4 billion people live in China and India, and half of them live in China, half of them live in India. Many of them, over half of them, face water shortages, challenges, and lack of water for irrigation as a result. I think we have consistently underestimated the impact of water shortages. We need to employ the capability and the potential of AI technologies to mitigate the risks associated with water shortages. In the process, we could also focus on high-efficiency smart wastewater treatment with green power system and energy storage system in order to reduce energy use in the process. So if we are able to connect the smart green grid with lithium-ion batteries, we will be able to create an independent grid. And currently, this pilot study could supply power up to 2 days independently. In the future, the goal of setting up independent microgrids to support water treatment and green energy transition will be a high priority. Looking into the future, with Taiwan's environmental experience and its diverse and rich experience with product development, cost performance, elevation, we hope to continue to expand our reach, to continue to work with countries around the world through product customization, capacity building, enhancing all of our competitiveness, to cooperate with companies in India in order to create a win-win for all of us. So with that, I conclude my presentation. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson Chen, for your excellent presentation. The next presentation will be about recycling management. Mr. Wayne Lai, Managing Director of Dafeng Material Co. and the Dafeng Environmental Technology, will be the next speaker.
President Zhang of CPC and Section Chief Lin of Industrial Development Bureau and also CAMAC Group, and distinguished guests here in TICC and also online. Good afternoon, everyone. It is indeed an honor to be here on behalf of Dafeng Environmental Technology to come to this international summit to give you a quick update of the business trends and also some of the innovation in our company. And today I'll be showing you many pictures, so you can actually refer to the images and it might be easier for you to understand what we have done. So we have actually set up the first recycling station in 2001, and later we discovered that later as we built more recycle stations, you could probably imagine that's the difference between a mom and pop shop, a small grocery stores, and comparing to the 7-Eleven chains. So we've been thinking recycling, well, it may sound easy. And the government send out recycling trucks. They go to pick up recyclables in communities. However, for the operators and also for the marginalized group who make a living from recycling, we are trying to build a platform so that they are able to make a profit from engaging in such work. So since 2003 and 2004, we started to reform recycle stations. Our headquarters is in Taichung, and we have 2 treatment factory and plastic treatment factory, and then we also have a vehicle dismantling factory in Tainan. So recycling, that's where we started, and we've have a lot of business partners, and say they could be well-known enterprises in Taiwan or the recycle operator, well, the disadvantaged group who are actually doing the recycling work themselves. So they are all part of the ecosystem, and we set up these platform, and which stands from offline to an app. So this is integrated online, offline, and we also have 2 treatment centers, and also the car dismantling center, like I mentioned. So for the treatment center, all the recycled materials were later sold globally. Every year, we are able to recycle around 200,000 tons, and that includes PCR. And as to the plastic bottles, and we would recycle about 300,000 tons a year. And the PP, HDPE, and the pallets, they amount to about 12,000 tons. We would like to expand our scale. Therefore, we have already obtained all these certifications, and we're still applying for more. So we have the ISO 9001 and ISO 14001 and 45001 on carbon emission. And we are also the first one that got the Blue Angel certification, and we are the first one in Asia to obtain this certification, also TUV certification. So we started with cycling, and then we start to build plastic treatment center, and of course there's about thousands of items that we recycle. And today I would like to talk about some of the innovation we try to initiate with recycling. Just now, President Chang mentioned in his presentation, around 4 to 5 years ago, when we first start to produce the HDPE or PP pallets, our customers, they would compare our products with others' products. As you know, that plastic is derived from petrol, and when you have to recycle the bottles, it's just one bottle at a time. So I think in comparison, the first 5 years, we were kind of struggling. So since about 2016, we started to think, how can we differentiate ourselves? Therefore, as President Chang mentioned, we try to increase the value added. We actually got a lot of the certification that would also increase our cost, because we need to improve the manufacturing process, and also we need to be certified. And so, like I said, we are the first one who got Blue Angel certification. And so when people use brand new materials, they know that the quality is stable and So people were quite skeptical about recycled material. But because of these continuous improvement and our R&D, so with our recycled materials, we turn the bottles into the pellets of PP and HDPE. And actually for PP, there are already a lot of industrial players. And so we focus on PP and HDPE, and we turn the bottles into pellets, and then we make them products again. So we had a lot of ideas about what kind of products we can manufacture. But this was before we came up with the high value added solution. But as people became more environmental conscious, for example, All Right, this Taiwanese brand who produce hair products and body care products, we spent a couple of years with them testing how the pellets can be made, can be turned into this white bottles, the container bottles. So they're just as good as new. So this is actually completely made of the pellets that we produce from the recycled bottles. So this is a company that is very environmentally conscious. They have received multiple awards for their environmental contribution. And so they use, for example, bamboo for the cap. 2 years ago, we see that everything is using our pallets, so including the head of the bottle, and people understand the importance of being environmental. However, for companies that needs to make a profit, we need to provide a solution for that, so that they would adopt these sustainable solutions, because they could still make a profit. And next example is Decathlon. If you've been to their store, the hangers, they use a lot of hangers, and they have these hangers at the cashier, at the register. You could just grab a few on your way out. But however, people, it's not really popular, and nobody really took those hangers. So what they did was just sell these hangers. So instead of getting rid of them and they started to recycle these hangers and turn them into shopping bags. So this is one of the many projects that we collaborate with Decathlon. For example, we would recycle the tennis balls into other sports equipment for Decathlon. And we are actually doing quite a lot. And then next is Fuji Xerox. And this is their printer. And for the printers that their customers get rid of, the casing would have just been sold to the recycling station. And they try to do something with the plastic cases. For example, they made them into rulers or other stationery. And they could also be turned into printing materials for 3D printing. And so they actually brought the stationery, for example, the pens and rulers, to their annual meetings for Asia Pacific in Singapore, and showcasing then what Taiwan can do. And there were a lot of other products, for example, keychains, etc. So these are all made from their printer casing. So this is a detergent bottle. The brand is Bailan, a local brand. And before, so actually 2 years ago, we worked with Unilever in recycling these bottles. Actually, when we sold to these large companies, usually we have to sign an NDA. We should not disclose that they use recycled materials. And some of these NDAs are still valid, but we couldn't really wrap our head around that. How come they don't want people to know they use recycled material? However, the things have really changed a lot. So, all right, they held press conference to tell everyone that they use recycled material for their bottles. So companies like Unilever, and they have changed their attitude toward using these plastic recyclables. And so this is what we call as bottle to bottle. And so this is still made with HDPE. And this is actually an example from an international company. So when we sell the recycled materials, we see that we're truly able to provide more value added because we produce high quality material, and our price is actually higher than new material, and we are still in huge demand. So their bottling company is based in Thailand, so we have to sell these bottles to Thailand. And I would share with you the next case study. So with our recycle, and we want to make them more sustainable and also to encourage more people to participate and to make a profit. And I think many of the large brands are very environmentally aware. And so I would like to show you a couple of different projects. So when we went to Thailand to set up the recycle station, so you can see this one is in Bangkok. And a lot of people were curious, why do you set up the station in city center? Because this is actually something that is not welcome by the residential community. But of course, you would have to have close access to the residential communities to get these recycled materials. And that's why we choose to be based in city center. And of course, we don't want our neighbors to hate these recycle stations. And in Taiwan, we have quite a few recycling stations. And this one, the picture on the right, is in Changhua in Taiwan. So you see that we already went from the very traditional mom and pop shop to almost like a 7-Eleven. So this is a very pleasant environment. You can come in, you can have a look. This is not filthy. So this is definitely not unwelcome by the residents. And this is something people would actually love to visit. So we were able to improve the environment of the recycle stations. And we have these, for example, rest areas also there are storage, and we also provide, we do campaigns with the neighbors. And we, of course, want to give it a completely different look, because people think of recycling stations, they think it's dirty, that it's messy. But if you look at our headquarters, and you can see that there are self-service kiosks, and we also do the vehicle dismantling. And because, well, I think we also need IT system. And IT systems, we develop our own IT system, for example, which can be used for a self-service kiosk. And we also have the post system. So we want to change people's concept about recycling. We're doing a very good job already, but I think for the recycling environment, we're going to revolutionize it. And so it will be very nice and comfortable, and people would like to come to hang out. And for the used car dismantling, so in Taiwan, people used to call it a slaughterhouse almost. It's just very greasy because there's the motor oil, and very dirty. And however, our dismantling factory is very different. We use this is green building, and for we use the green building architecture for our dismantling factory in Tainan. And we have equipment from Germany, and to recycle the water and oil that was contained in the used car. And we also have add art to these recycling stations. So car dismantling is no longer the filthy, dirty job, or that just something that creates a lot of noise. So this is actually a tourism destination. So if you go to Tainan, you would actually you can actually pay a visit to the dismantling factory. And we also offer food and beverage, and there's also DIY activities. So all the parts from the dismantled cars can be used for these DIY activities. So by doing so, we would like to change people's perception toward this particular industry, and we're the first one to do so in Taiwan. So you can see this is DIY, and kids can learn how to do it. And for example, cars, a lot of these, say, leather seats, in the past it would just be disposed as trash, but it could actually be turned into keychains, and we have a lot of installation art. And 80% of these installations were from the auto parts. And we, as we trying to create higher value added. So, for example, in a traditional dismantling workshop, you only have one revenue stream. But now, with these diverse diverse scope that we engage in, we can have more streams of income. And so we can offer, we can have a restaurant here, and we could do all these different tourism activities. And like I mentioned, the IT system is very important. So with the government's support, we have these 020 platform, which is an app. And when you sign up for it, you can collect the points for doing recycling. And we have worked with the coffee shops and convenience stores, where you can redeem those points for coffee. And this is a platform with great affinity for young people, because this is almost like the e-commerce platform they use. They get points for recycling, and they can redeem those points. So recycling is no longer something just for the disadvantaged group. And we also won the Red Dot Award and also IF Design Award in 2018. And we also provide booking service. You can actually book recycling online. We can actually go pick up the recyclable at home, and these household appliances, vehicles, and they can be collected. For some, we do have to charge a fee if they exceed a certain weight limit. So this is where you can redeem your points for gifts, for coffees, etc. So there are many partners. They are the supermarkets or the taxi service. And then the post system actually is critical, because we are actually very different from other business, so that we have to create our own post system. So when you go operate the kiosk in the convenience stores, every transaction is synced with your account, so you can still get the points. And then the person in charge also will see, they have visibility to the amount of recyclable. They know what type of vehicles should be dispatched to collect the recyclables. And so we have these Z-Car app. And so, for example, TSMC is a very important client of ours. So they are very strict about recycling, and we need to earn their trust. So therefore, we have the monitoring of every operation that we have with TSMC, and it also helps us to manage our fleet and all the tracking of the GPS, and also for the vehicle dispatchment. So this is something that we do to gain the trust of our customers, so they don't have to worry about whether their waste is being dumped illegally. So again, this is a Z-Car app. So this is all cloud-based. So that is all for my presentation. And I hope that all these internal projects and all these innovations can be helpful to you. And we would like to copy the system that we have in Taiwan, and we'll bring that to Thailand, including the apps, and also to different countries. So if you have any questions or any comments, you can reach out to me anytime. Thank you. That is all for my presentation. Thank you very much, President Lai. And next, we have Mr. Jaden Ye, the General Manager of Simpla Biotech, to talk about the healthy choices with PLA dinnerware.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Chang from CPC, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. By looking at this photo, you would know that we are about to talk about the recycling of waste. Can we call the objects in this photo waste? But waste in the right place can be turned into resources. So wherever I go, I do not talk about waste treatment. I talk to people about reusing recycled resources. Next, I would like to draw your attention to the acronym here, ESG. This year, my company, as well as the Taipei, we have received a ESG certificate. That the certification award is offered by the Taipei city government as well as the alliances of Chinese Taipei corporations. Next, I would like to mention the rising of the weight of ocean plastic. Not so long ago, a video featuring a sea turtle with a plastic straw stuck in its nose shocked many around the world. In fact, we scientists have already studied that the total weight of ocean plastic will surpass the number of fish. Up until 2015, numerous billions tons of plastic products had already been produced. And the marine debris has created an island floating atop the ocean that is even larger than the island of Taiwan. It is estimated that by 2050, there will be more ocean plastic waste than fish in the water. And they are turned into micro plastics, and they can be ingested by marine creatures. And when humans consume marine creatures, such as fish, the microplastics end up in our body. The previous speaker from Dafeng also specializes in recycling plastic. I will focus on some different perspectives. I would like to commend the organizer of this forum for inviting us all, because we all specialize in different aspects of the production or value chain, whether it's up, mid, or downstream. Many of you are involved in the beach cleanups, ocean cleanups, and that is something that would draw the public's attention. However, we need to stop the plastic at its source, meaning that we need to stop the plastic from being produced and entering the ocean. And because of the floods, rivers going into the oceans, the tsunami, and the fishing boats, etc., all the different types of plastics are being dumped into the ocean at an alarming rate. Here I have listed the goals for 2015, 2030, and 2050 in terms of carbon reduction. These are important milestones. They will affect the course of climate change. In the past years, you could see that carbon emission has negatively affected the Earth and its atmosphere, contributing to drastic climate changes. In all the products that we use, or industrial products that we use, plastic products have the most negative consequences on climate change. If they are not dealt with properly, the climate change will only worsen over time. For example, ice caps have already been melting in Iceland. The videos, footages showing ice caps melting away in cold countries, and that to the concerns of many. Even if the Earth temperature is only raised by 1 or 2 degrees, it could have very negative consequences. Therefore, countries around the world have committed to reach carbon neutral by 2050. But we have to take actions today to ensure that the goals are reached. We need to work collaboratively. In the process, the government must play a role actively. For example, the European Union has prioritized materials, the use of materials, the banning of specific materials, whether it's fossil fuel based, etc., or whether it's biodegradable materials, which is my specialty. And all these materials have been studied and have been some of them have been banned by the European Union. So in the process, we have to make efforts, and everyone will have to play their part and pull their weight in order for us to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. My company, Simpler Biotech Co., focuses on toxic-free plastic, eco-friendly plastic products with the aim to reduce carbon emission. Carbon emission reduction has been a priority for Simpler, and we have been involved in a lot of forward-thinking and forward-looking goals. I would like to share with you some of our most important milestones. Our company was established in 1998. In fact, in 2016, we received the food contact standards. We received the bronze medal from the Concours Le Pen International Awards in 2017. We also volunteered to enter the CTCN and become a member of Climate Technology Center and Network organized by the United Nations. Most of the members in this network are large companies, and we are the only exception. However, we have taken the initiative to join the UN CTCN. In 2020, in the same year, when we joined the CTCN, we received ISO 28000 and ISO 9001 certification. In 2021, we, with our cutting-edge formulas, received FDA FCF certification. Over the past 20 years, we have been dedicated to environmental protection and sustainability. The journey has been quite lonely. People often praised us as being very patient, as being able to wait for things to happen, for the right time to come. And I would like to share with you that we are closely following the latest development of carbon emission standards. We know that people are now willing to pay a premium price for better quality products, for environmentally friendly products, and the trend has been set. After we became certified, my company and the other 9 companies that received the certification went to the presidential palace and to have a meeting with President Tsai Ing-wen. We were able to exchange ideas on how the industry could collaborate with other counterparts, especially given the current direction of Taiwan's southbound policy. We need to expand our reach, turning trash into resources. In the future, people will fight for recycling these resources. And as Dafeng's representative Wayne Lai mentioned, recycled products even command a higher price than brand new products. It is because the demand has been raised and the world is experiencing a green paradigm shift as people focus more and more on mitigating climate change and switching to more environmentally friendly products. Environmentally and eco-conscious products will gain more momentum. Here, I would like to draw your attention to some of these numbers. I would also like to say that Dafeng has done a great job. However, plastic recycling occurs less than we imagined. Only 2% of the wasted plastics is reused at the same grade, and 8% is reused at a lower grade. This is a very tough area of the business, because if the plastic is being turned into food containers and utensils, it has to be of a higher grade. Yes, plastic waste is being recycled. However, there is the generation, locality, legal compliance, and transportation issues that are involved in the process. So in the end, only 2% of the recycled plastics is reused as the same grade. Taiwan is on its way to more improvement. Japan is ahead of the curve. So I think that the government should work with the private sectors to promote the idea of reduction at the source and recycling at a higher grade. The numbers show you that only 14% of the plastic waste is recycled. The number is yet to be raised, and 8% is used or reused at a lower grade, and only 2% at the same grade. So we need to work together to raise these numbers. Next, I would also like to report on the bio-based products that we produce. The important part is that we insist on producing 100% bio-based products, and it's 0% fossil fuel-based carbon detected. So, because you could see, Beta Lab from Florida has certified that our products are 100% bio-based, and nothing is based on carbon or fossil ingredients. And we do not mix different ingredients, because when you mix them, you might encounter unexpected results. And we are ahead of the curve in terms of R&D of PLA by at least 5 years. We have developed our original technologies in Taiwan, effectively reducing risks of microplastics entering the environment, balancing or rebalancing the ecosystem. Last year, we received the US FDA certification. In fact, we are the only food-grade container manufacturer receiving such a certification in the world. We are ahead of the curve because we want to gain trust and faith in the consumers to effectively enhance social responsibility and food safety. I mentioned that the products that we make are 100% bio-based and green products. As you could see that here in this pie chart, the lab results show that the entire all the product samples have been determined to be 100% bio-based with no fossil fuel ingredients involved. We also voluntarily participated in CTC, and our number is 653. We joined and became the first company in Taiwan to join the UN CTC and Climate Technology Center and Network. And for us, this is a step in the right direction. We are very, very honored to be part of this network. All of you representing different companies, please try to become part of the network. Submit your application. There's no guarantee that your application will be accepted. However, once you become a member, it's easier for you to embrace the latest trends, and we can all work effectively to reduce issues of global warming and plastic pollution. Next, I would like to talk about the carbon emission and the use of electricity in the process of making plastics. For example, there could be the HTR PLA could could effectively reduce carbon footprint by at least 3 to 4 times when compared to traditional plastics. So depending on what you compare it to, if you compare it to bio-PET, it's 5 times, bio-PE it's 4 times, PLA it's only 1.6 in terms of its carbon emission. So in this process, you could see that the PLA could play a very potential role in reducing carbon footprint. So last year we started the production line operation. Next year, we will see that the production could increase by 8 times. Why? I think it's because the global trend is to move toward green products. As you could see, the electricity use is also quite drastically reduced when we move from traditional plastics to PLA. So a lot of the new products are being developed. For example, depolymerization, biogas, decomposing. These are all very important disposal methods of the PLA. Next, I would like to talk about the multiple recycle stages and how they could significantly reduce carbon emissions. Here we have the raw material to manufacturing, distribution, usage, disposing, and after-sale services, going back to reproduction, back to raw material acquisition. Of course, the actual diagram is more complicated than this. The ultimate goal is to reduce carbon emission. Carbon footprint can be reduced thanks to the multiple use product cycle, and you could reduce our contribution to climate change. This year, Taiwan had suffered from water shortages, so we need to, in our daily life, pay attention to our own individual choices and actions to become more eco-friendly and conscious of these for environmental issues. Then I hope that the IDB and the different governmental officials could continue to offer their support to the companies in Taiwan, because this is, after all, a very long journey. Lastly, I would like to talk about the Green Product Circular Economy Eco Park, which is currently being planned. For example, in this circle, we have raw material. We do not focus on raw material. This part is handled by larger corporations. We focus on what's at the center of the diagram. We are different from other companies because we focus on the mid to lower level of this diagram. We are not situated at the top of the diagram. This means that we're all partners. We should form very close collaborative partnerships. No one company could achieve everything within this ecosystem. Therefore, we must rely and capitalize on each other's strength to continue to develop more applications, improve product quality, to name a few. After the raw material is produced, it then is turned into the downstream manufacturers. Simpler is different. We enhance it to 150 degrees of heat tolerance. Normally, the traditional PLA products could disintegrate in the washing machine or in the dishwasher. However, our products could withstand high heat and repeated washing in the dishwasher. And next, I would like to talk about the use. We aim for high quality. In this diagram, you could see that we also have a design department, market intelligence gathering, market research development. This is why I say we focus on the mid to lower or the downstream of the value chain, and we need other companies to act as our partners so that we can all collaborate to form a complete and competitive supply chain to create a robust ecosystem. We create and produce a limited amount of PLA, so we are constantly trying to upgrade our productivity, seeking new partnerships opportunities. So that concludes my presentation today. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Our next topic is electronic waste, and we will like to welcome Special Assistant to the Chairman of GD Recycling Industrial, Mr. Paul Xu. President Chang and also Vice President Liu from Chemet Group and distinguished guests online and here. And I would like to show you a video first about our company, and then I will give you a more detailed introduction of what we do.
当科技不断改变人们的生活方式，惠家电便知道我们的服务必须不断进化，协助你从消耗式的直线经济迈入可让资源生生不息的循环经济，才能为人们提供更美好的未来。全方位的废弃物处理服务厂商，从投入环保事业开始，惠家电便持续以绿色思维实践环保创新。20多年来，我们要求自己每天都要比昨天更好。累积的无数经验，让我们从最初的家电回收处理厂，发展到已是拥有4大事业部的甲级废弃物处理业领导厂商。
To process all these different categories of recycled waste.
我们不断提升能力，重新定义回收新价值，只为了替人们创造一个更好的居住环境。
In order to provide a better living environment.
面对全球对资源回收再利用的迫切需求，我们提供环保设备整场输出服务。面对不同需求的客户，采取专业组织，挑选各部门精英，组成最佳团队。从厂房大小、动线、设备到人力，提供最专业的规划建议，跟着时代持续进化的惠家电。
And we continue to make progress.
坚强的实力让我们深获信赖，而专业精准的技术、坚持符合当地法规的态度，则让我们走向世界，为全球5大洲20余国服务。
Have expanded our presence to more than 20 countries in 5 continents.
将回收物妥善处理，使其在无污染的方式下恢复可再利用的原始状态，只是基本要求。
And to turn them into something useful again. That is what we do.
我们身为领导厂商，既然有能力，势必得做得更好。
We always aim
当全球掀起循环经济的
even better performance.
我们了解
As we begin
客户对废弃物的
to see more circular, the need for circular economy, Our customers, they are not just looking for a recycler, but a solution provider that offers them customized service. So that's why we introduce technology into our work and to make sure that our customers' information remain confidential. And by that, we provide a reliable solution. So in terms of our customer, our corporate culture, we want to make sure that we have happy employees so that we have satisfied customers. Our corporate culture encourages people to stay positive and to enhance their professional skills. We also honor corporate social responsibility. Zero waste is the goal. Today's waste can be tomorrow's resources. We would like to reduce the burden of the environment. We're also a trusted partner. We believe in green innovation. In circular economy, if we are able to provide service to help customers achieve that last mile, that is a very important mission of us. We're always striving for better. We are FGD Recycling Industrial Limited. I hope that gives you some ideas about our company. When I was working on the title of the presentation, I wasn't sure what kind of title I would like to use. Since we are talking about circular economy and people talk about the challenges and opportunities, I think very importantly, it's about the business model. Before you can change the business model, I guess there is not much you could do. So I would like to talk about the opportunities and challenges. So our company was founded in 1997, and we just increased capital, and we're going to create a new plant. And right now, the operating capital is about 330 million. And the reason we are called FGD, actually, a lot of these, our customers, they're very curious about the name. Actually, in the Chinese name of the company, sounds like wasted electrical appliances, because back then, many of our shareholders were from the Association of Electrical Appliances. And we currently have 4 business units. When we first begin, we have the environmental BU. So basically, the refrigerators, air conditioners, TVs, they could be recycled. And since there were a lot of PCBs that are wasted, so that's why we also have these additional BU, Qualified Metal Refinery Recycling BU. And there's also a lot of plastic. Therefore, we set up the BU for plastics. And since we handle all these e-waste, so we have a R&D department. So if you need this total solution, we can actually offer that to you. So I think that would also covered by the video just now. So we actually have a CCTV connection with the Environmental Bureau, and this is what the environmental BU does. And so for my BU, so basically we sell these metals. As you could see, they're precious metal, and many of you here are from manufacturing, the front end of manufacturing. So right now, for these passive components, they contain palladium, which is actually quite expensive, and that is something can generate a lot of values. So this is the plastics. So we have a capacity of monthly capacity of 1,800 tons. And we have a few total solutions that we offer to customers overseas. So this is the total solution for the mechanical BU. And the discs, there used to be a lot of disk recycling, but since everything is on the cloud now, there's much less demand for that. And then this is the total solution for so next, as we can see, these plastic films, it's not very easy to process, and it's not easy to recycle. So these aluminum plastic films, and in Taiwan, they're just treated as waste. They are not really recycled. So they will be incinerated. And in 2008, we went to the Philippines for a total solution, and then this is in Sichuan for a company that we process the recycling of their refrigerator. So from the pictures, by e-waste, we mean all these electronic and electrical products. So we are still not able to deliver 100% automation. For example, there are components that needs to be extracted, and before we can dismantle the appliances. So, for example, we will need to crush these AC, and then we will do winnowing, and then magnetic separation and eddy current for the material separation. And 10 years ago, something disappeared. Plasma TV, actually, from CFL to plasma to LED. Well, since actually no one invest in plasma TV anymore. However, I think the more simple the material is, the more environmental the product will be. So the old thinking was to reduce, reuse, and recycle. And for the new thinking is to rethink, redefine, and redesign. And it's not easy to go from the old thinking to the new thinking. And this is the SDG proposed in 2015. which is highly relevant to sustainability and so, for example, no poverty and zero hunger. So these are actually not easy to achieve. And then there's Greta Thunberg. I'm sure you all know her, and she's known for all her the protests that she staged. And there's like a little anecdote about her. She called on banks and companies and governments to divest from and stop subsidizing fossil fuel industries. And in this picture, she actually rode a boat to go to the summit. And there's also a helicopter that follows her. So when she became the cover girl on Time, she was only 16 years old, and she is a very powerful youth. So the reason I mention Greta Thunberg, well, because she called on government to stop investing in those polluting industry. Warren Buffett, as you know, as you probably heard that, he's been scammed for about $1 billion. He invested in solar business. You can actually look it up online. And it is already a confirmed case that DC Solar scammed him for $1 billion. And originally, I don't think it was a fraud, but because they were not able to make a profit, so they have to seek more funding. Therefore, in the end, it kind of turns into a scam. So I like to say that there are a lot of ideals, there's a lot of ambitions. We need to start from the beginning, from the design of the product, from the manufacturer. When you consign these products, you know what type of materials is used and whether they are recyclable. So you really need to start from the beginning, from the roots. There's only so much we could do as a recycler. And so this is actually a quote from Jack Ma. So you may have great dreams, but sometimes you can only deal with harsh realities. And I hope that my presentation today is helpful, and I hope that we would have more opportunities to engage in more collaboration in the future. Thank you. And next, we are going to move on to our next topic, and we would like to welcome Mr. Stony Truong from the Assistant President and Director of R&D Division in Chenlong Corp.
Mr. Chang, Mr. Lin from IDB, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of Chenlong Corp, I would like to present to you our transition to a low-carbon circular economy-based paper-making company. I will also like to talk about how we turn the waste produced in the paper-making process into resources, going from traditional to smart manufacturing. This is an outline of my presentation. We have been in existence for 63 years. We started in 2002 to focus on wind power generation. We expanded our business in China and Vietnam. We installed wind power generation facilities. In recent years, we have transitioned toward photovoltaic, solar, biogas, wind power, just to name a few, focusing on innovation and green energy. Next year, we will have a boiler, biogas boiler. It's a hybrid boiler, CFB boiler system that will go into operation. In addition, we have also focused on our market in Vietnam. We have invested heavily in Vietnam. We also set up our paper making plants in Vietnam as well. We make industrial paper products. We are the #1 paper making and packaging solution provider in Taiwan. Out of every 10 cardboard boxes, 4 of them are made by our company. We also make tissue papers. It's called Chunfeng. We also make napkins. For example, the Pugong brand napkins are in fact made from recycled pulp. We are the only company, local company in Taiwan that specializes in making tissue paper out of recycled pulp. Our worldwide locations is about 27. We hire about 6,900 people. Our consolidated revenues is about 1.4 billion. We are currently setting up 2 more plants in Vietnam, in southern and northern Vietnam. So in total, next year we will have 3 more new plants. Our capacity to use recovered paper is ranked #1 in Taiwan, which is about 1.72 million metric tons a year. This paper, if they had ended up in the incinerator, it could have produced 9.97 million tons of carbon emission, but that means 8.7 Muza incineration plant annual treatment capacity. After you burn the paper, you end up with carbon. You will you will be creating 9.97 million metric tons of carbon emission. So you will need 33. We need to cut down 33 million more trees. Therefore, you could see that we have helped to also contributed to carbon emission reduction. Here we are showing you the circular economy-based low-carbon paper-making process. And I'm taking the containerboard recycling process as an example. As you can see, the products come in a variety of different types. We make cardboard boxes. We use, of course, water to treat the recycled paper. Of course, in the process, impurities are produced. We will also have to deal with the byproducts. For example, the steam that's produced in the process, the heat, and then the rejects. And also the white water. How do we recycle all these emissions? And so this diagram shows you how we turn recycled cardboard boxes into renewable resources. In the process, the waste or the rejects are then used to produce energy or generate electricity. In the past, dredge and biogas are generated as well. However, our dredge contains a high proportion of fiber. It could be used in biogas production. in industrial paper making, short grain fibers are not so useful and cannot be reused. So when this sort of fibers end up in the reject, we collect the dredge, the fiber, the waste fiber, and the biogas, and then we turn them into energy. As I have said earlier, we have set up solar panels in some of our plants. For example, in 2020, we have set up 2 wind power generation stations to supply electricity to our own plants. As you could see, this is a photo of our raw materials, which are recycled cardboard boxes. If you take a closer look, you could see that on the right-hand side, we have a more ideal raw material, which is industrial paper. However, we do not have enough raw materials, so we also import cardboard boxes from the U.S. and the European Union, like the ones in the left-hand side. For example, in Taiwan, sometimes PE bottles, metal pieces, newspapers, and plastic shreds end up in the cardboard boxes, so we have to separate them. If the paper is separated well from these foreign objects, we do not need to spend as much energy separating the unwanted objects. So I hope that in the recycling stage in the future, that people could take the initiative to separate the plastics from the cardboard boxes that they give up for recycling. In the process, here we have the raw material coming in from the left-hand side. 90% to 92% of products, or 90 to 90% of the raw materials are turned into new products. However, 8 to 10% are solid impurities. They are combustible or non-combustible materials. The non-combustible materials include rock glass, iron wire, etc., and they are then resold to the construction industry. The combustible materials are turned into SRF or RDF5. Recently, we have switched to SRF and to use to generate energy. How do we create a circular cycle to enhance low-carbon paper making? Like I said, our rejects account for 10% of our total recycled paper box. You could see that this is a high percentage of rejects or solid impurities. As you could see, we could use magnetic separation size or gravity separation to separate these solid impurities into iron-based metal products, which is then sold to the steel industry. And then for other type, rock and glass, they are sent to be reused as building materials. As you could see here, we also turned the SRF solid recover. We have also turned the residues of these rejects into SRF solid recovered fuel. Of which the acronym SSRF, this can be used as a multi-fuel boiler, and it is then burned together with coal because we have turbine generator, a combined multi-fuel generation method. Therefore, we mix the different ingredients for burning. So the multi-fuel ash also suppresses the production of dioxin, a toxic gas, and the CLSM is an alternative raw material for cement and fine aggregates mixed with other materials and can be used as a backfill. So the ash production can be very varied and very widely applied. Now, I would like to show you the boiler. In the future, as Taiwan continues its journey down the 20 years of carbon emission, you could see this boiler could boil 100% coal and 100% biofuel, or it could, and the sludge, pulp, rejects could all be burned here. As you can see, the smoke channel is designed in this particular way. This is a boiler that comes from the Hostila company from Finland. So this suppresses the production of dioxin, toxic gas. When necessary, we could reduce the white smoke. This is a very special feature of the boiler. Therefore, there will be no smoke coming out of this boiler. More importantly, in the future, we could switch to 100% biofuels, which is higher than the standard set by the EPA, which is 25%. So as Chenlong moves toward net zero and carbon emission, we could be using boilers like this in our Dayuan and Houli plants, and this boiler could make use of the rejects from our papermaking process, and it could be 100% operated on the rejects. Like we said, we have reached a water recycling rate of 96%. Each drop of water is reused 12 to 22 times. Over 30 years ago, we have introduced the USB from the Parker system from the Netherlands. The primary treatment, which creates solid waste, is then dried and dehydrated and then turned into fuel. And the secondary treatment using Fenton also produces a dredge and solid waste. It is then dehydrated because we use an aerobic system. We also are able to obtain biogas, which is then purified to be recycled as fuel as well. So, as you could see, in the beginning, we used the UASB, an aerobic biological system in paper making. In 2013, we obtained the first VCS carbon rights certification in Taiwan under the SGS verification system. In 2017, we actually set up another biogas purification and steam boiler system. And in 2020, we set up the second anaerobic biological system for energy and electricity generation. This helps to purify the biogas for generating energy. Therefore, you could see that we were able to achieve 99.5% of the desulfurization process. So this is can be equated with our regular natural gas. Therefore, you can see the residue heat is here and then is sent back to the paper-making process to be reused. So to summarize, let's look at our summer plant. Each day we use 14,000 tons of water. We're able to produce electricity, generate electricity that is equivalent to the electricity usage of 5,500 households. Each year, we recycled hot steam up to 8,000 tons. We're able to reduce 20,000 tons of carbon each year. So, Chenlong, being in the traditional industry, has committed to adopting 4.0 smart production and move toward net zero carbon emission. Therefore, based on the concept of resource recycling, turning waste into resources and valuable energy, what used to be buried in the landfill or incinerated in the incineration plant are now being recycled and turned into more energy. Like I mentioned, we have the most cutting-edge boiler with the best boiling process in the world. We are moving toward smart paper manufacturing. Chenlong is the very first paper company in Taiwan engaged in smart production and sales. In fact, we have long been operated the smart inventory and plant, smart warehousing. As you can see, each roll of paper can be up to tons of, can be up to many tons in weight. Therefore, we will need automated machine assistance for warehousing and shipping, loading, etc. We're able to conserve energy, produce green products by implementing digital transformation and low carbon strategies. In September this year, we also have announced our plan, our roadmap to reduce even more carbon emissions. By 2030, we will be reducing our carbon footprint by 30%. By 2050, we will achieve net zero emissions. Here, I have listed the 4 steps of our carbon emission reduction journey. We will also focus on enhancing our capacity of green electricity generation through using wind power, photovoltaic, biogas, biomass power generation. We have obtained over 9,309 TREC certificates. So we went from zero waste to zero emission, delivering a green future through smart paper making. By producing no waste, we hope that in the future we will be able to achieve a better, more sustainable and greener future for all of us. This lies at the core of everything we do, and this has been and will continue to be a guiding principle for Chenlong. And I wish you luck, health, good health, and prosperity. Thank you. Thank you. Next, we would like to talk about energy management services. Mr. Stanley Chen, Product Center and Business Solution Group from BenQ will talk about BenQ ESCO, Energy Management Service.
CPC 张总经理，那个工业局
President Chang and also Director General Lin, and I am Stanley from BenQ ESCO. And just now, after I listened to the presentation from Cheng Lu, I actually really appreciate their sharing. And I think, well, what we do is we help our customer to reduce carbon emission. And so we'll see what kind of solutions we can provide to all the customers out there. So first of all, I'd like to give you a short introduction about BenQ Group and also Kista, the company. And we are part of the Kista Group, and we were established in 1984. We have about 30,000 employees and 6 locations. And last year, our revenue is close to 200 billion. And so ESG. Last month, we have a syndication loan about 12 billion for ESG projects. So we have made a commitment, and also our shareholder in August, there is also a syndication loan, which is also ESG related. The loan amount was about 50 billion. So the group Kista, we have several different business groups. So we are part of the large group, about 4,000 plus employees, and we have close to $1 billion dollar annual revenue, and we provide vertical integration from components to total solution. So we are actually 100% owned by Kista. We also invest in BFI and smart manufacturing. ICT, and we have a mother company or of these entity, and also we have PIDA, which does POS, and we provide solutions to domestic and overseas customers. So this is BenQ ESCOs. We provide service in the following areas: air conditioning, air compression, lighting, heat recovery, energy storage system, power management. So heat recovery is also something we do as a very important work for carbon reduction. As to energy storage system, we are integrating solar system. And I think the solar system, Li Ray will give you a presentation on that. So in these following scenarios: manufacturing, restaurant, department stores, campus, hospitals, convenience stores, office and hotels. We cover all these different type of use cases. And every year we are able to reduce carbon for up to about 21,000 tons for our customers. And I was really impressed with what Chenglong did. So this is what we can achieve on an annual basis. And we are continuously helping customers to save energy. And this is power storage system. As renewable energy has become more popular, however, storage has become more important because the way it's generated and the time it needs to be used, there's usually a gap. So therefore, it needs to be stored. So in Taiwan, we do need to have there is the self-use and also the microgrids and also the charging stations, peak shaving and valley filling. These are all the solutions that the customer would need. So we would have to provide the solution as well. So I'll give you a brief introduction of the storage structure. So power grid, and the power comes in, and if it's not stored, then it goes directly to the loading. And if it needs to go into storage, and then you go through the switchboard, and then you go to the conditioning system. And we offer this one-stop solution. Say, for example, the battery management, PCS, controller, and then energy management system, which is cloud-based, and then EPC, the planning, procurement, engineering. So this is a one-stop solution. So peak shaving, valley filling. So with the storage, we can actually use the the solutions to standardize the use level for power demand control and reduce the demand value to the minimum necessary. And then for valley filling, off-peak electricity will be transferred to high-peak use. And then there's also UPS, and then voltage regulation, frequency adjustment, stable power quality, etc. So peak load shifting. Okay, just to give you an idea of peak shaving. So without a storage, you might need to use this level of power. And so the red line, this is the actual number. So the power actually comes from off-peak. So some power was stored during this period. So that is the basic concept of peak shaving. And then next, we need to stabilize the frequency. The frequency, ideal frequency is 60 hertz, and they want to maintain it in that range. So if it's off by 0.25, and they would discharge the electricity. So if it's above between 0.25 to 0.50, and it will be adjusted. Actually, the frequency stabilization is very important for our electrical appliances and also for the manufacturing process. So once you have the storage unit, not only it can be used for a different period, but also very good for the stabilization of frequency. So this is the specification of batteries. So we will use this one for power storage. So for example, for 30 minutes, 1 megawatt. So the battery capacity is about 2 megawatts. And for this one, and 2C, this is actually for large instant discharge. And battery selection, it's just, I think, well, certification is very important with regard to the efficiency and also the safety. And PCS, there are many different models, but we are not a hardware vendor. But so basically, we see there's Delta and also ABB. We also distribute these equipments, these brands. So they could range from 100 to 125 kilowatts up to very high kilowatts. So what's it like when we include the solar energy? Without energy storage, so this power goes to the user directly, and actually the power can actually be stored and used later. And then you could also use this system to store the power, and I will give you an explanation of how it is done from our side. So if we can store the regular power and also solar power, you could see that at noon, this is when we get the most energy from solar power. So there is a valley, so that is for the power that is not used. So usually the peak is when people start working, when they are about to get off work, and at noon, it can be covered by solar energy. And in the evening, and we can also use the storage facility to store power. And with regard to our service, we can actually do energy saving, green energy, and energy storage. And we can use cloud to alert abnormal situations. And we need to collect data, and when there is a any incident, we can also alert our customers. This is the EMS SCADA. You can see the dashboard for instant information. Next is the successful cases. So we, first of all, we provide service to 7-Eleven, and that which does not incorporate solar energy, and they will, because there's a lot of microwave oven uses at noon during lunch break. So they would release the energy stored at night. For example, there is one, the 7-Eleven, which is very close to here, and we provide the service to them. And then this is for an office, Awin in Utown. And then next one is for our own office. So we have this 192 kilowatt energy management system, which incorporates solar energy. So being a one-stop shopping solution provider, we don't provide hardware, but we do have ICT. We work with our ICT partners, and for example, VMware, and this is one of our subsidiary company. And then there is also microservice, AI, and then AWS, and there are some AI tools that we can utilize. And then PCS battery, they come from this affiliated company of Luosheng. And so these are the partners that can provide these components. And then there's also ABB and Acrobis. So these are just some information to share with you. And for the next topics, environmental protection solutions, we'd like to welcome Mr. David Lin, the General Manager of Agronomic and
Mr. Chang from CPC, Mr. Lin from IDB, and all the APO member states and friends and colleagues, good afternoon. We are Agronomic International from Yilan County in northern Taiwan. We add an eco-human touch to technologies for providing environmental protection solutions. As you can see, Yilan County is well known for its rich biodiversity and cultural heritage. Yilan is located on the eastern edge of the Pacific Ocean. Yilan, in the early days, was an important military base for the kamikaze. For example, many different industries were developed and set up in Yilan. 11 different aircrafts were built and maintained in Yilan. Their parts and components were also manufactured and maintained in Yilan during the colonial Japanese period. Su'ao Port of the Yilan County, because of the Kuroshio Current, benefits from rich fishing resources. Therefore, the Su'ao Port at the time was the only port that is able to produce such a steam engine other than some key ports in Japan. I became aware of this information only after I conducted some research into the historic development of Yilan. We all are very familiar with Dr. Chang Rongfa, the founder of Evergreen Group. He was born in Su'ao because of the influence and the vibrant maritime activities based in Su'ao. He was inspired to set up his own shipping company. He almost get recruited into the kamikaze. Luckily, he didn't join the military, and then he became an apprentice in a Japanese shipping company and later established Evergreen. The Agronic International was established in 2004. We are committed to eco-friendly equipment and system integration. We focus on systematic integration and on core fiber processing equipment, eco-engineering for agricultural grain, AIoT smart electric agricultural machinery. To name a few, about 2 years ago, our company started to integrate mobility and smart solutions available in the industry. We launched our own light EV and farming equipment. Our value proposition revolves around the well-being of the environment, the development and sustainability for the future, the prosperity of the society. I've often contemplated why a product has to be very mechanic and has to be deprived of a human touch. Therefore, over the past years, in my journey to numerous Southeast Asian countries, I realized that Taiwan does lead the industry or other Asian countries in terms of being able to combine human touch with technological development. An environment or an industry will have to be economically advanced in order to focus on user and human-oriented design. And these design elements really lie at the heart of our products. In terms of company services, you could see that they could be divided into 4 different aspects: product design, recycling energy, smart AIoT, and electric vehicle. We began with electric development machinery system. We then moved on to grain and fiber processing system. The electric and manufacturing systems are very often the expertise of the local Taiwanese company. So we started out in that field. Over the years, we started, actually over the past 20 years, we started to focus on grain processing and fiber processing system. We have been praised and received awards from the government and the Asian Development Bank, and we have gained many customers throughout Asia. And in terms of electric vehicles, it is our vision to integrate the different technologies and resources within the industry so that we will be able to bring electric vehicles and combine electric vehicles with agricultural machineries. We have 3 plants. All of them are located in Yilan. We have developed all these materials and equipment for agricultural applications. We also focus on smart factory, quality, efficiency, and productivity. We use Amada, the software, and the latest hardware and software. We have about 100,000 customers around the world. This is our footprints around the world, ranging from Latin America to Asia, all the way to Europe. Our products can be divided into the following aspects: grain processing, machinery, and plant total solution. Grain drying is a very important aspect for reducing grain loss. From a recycling perspective, it is most important to reduce grain loss at its source. Therefore, green solutions for grain drying is the very first step toward a successful grain manufacturing and processing. And we also use the rejects from this process to use as the resources for electricity generation. They are turned into biomass and to be turned into fuels for generating more electricity. We have set up our plants based on these cyclic solution in Southeast Asia. Here we are using biomass like the hulls of the rice grains. They are recycled and turned into fuels. As you could see, there is the indirect type of combustion, which is on the right-hand side, and the visible heat source type of combustion, which is shown in the photo in the middle. And the heat exchanger is also one of our latest development. We are able to exceed the 50% of efficiency bottleneck. On the left-hand side, we have the traditional type of exchanger, heat exchanger. The one side is designed for heat emission. The other side is not. And our technology has enabled us to use the multiple blade design, which is similar to the computer CPU cooling device, so that the heat on all sides of this device is emitted and reduced for exchange. And so we have, because of this multiple angle design, we're able to obtain highest efficiency when burning these biomass, which are rejects from the grain processing plant. And we also would like to talk about our core fiber processing equipment system. They are from coconuts and palm trees. So we have developed the technologies necessary to serve and process and extract the fiber. And our equipment have been exported to Southeast Asian countries. Here are some photos to show you how our processing equipment and machinery systems are being used in overseas countries for fiber extraction, drying, and packaging. So we are able to, during the pandemic, we may not be able to send engineers to the sites for maintenance. However, the built-in remote monitoring and O&M process has enabled us to maintain these machineries in a remote manner. We have also sent in our application to become a member of CTCM. We are also a member of these different associations for international co-creation and collaboration. Recently, we have been collaborating with National Chiao Tung University to develop electric farming machines using the latest AI technologies, creating the next generation agricultural machinery with electrification technologies. We also work with Damin to use the locally made robotic arms enhanced with EV in orchards and to pick fruit. And the laser system is also integrated into the field robots to enhance our next generation agricultural machinery. We also work on developing the next generation of smart mobility solutions in terms of the driving behavior analysis, energy storage. We have been incorporating these features into our light EV 2 and 3 wheelers. In the Flora Expo in Taiwan, these technologies have been applied to the unmanned vehicles, self-driving vehicles, and electric buses and vehicles serving visitors to the expo. In the future, we hope that we will continue to enhance our electric vehicles functions in terms of four-wheelers and light EV, 2, 3-wheelers, and AGV solutions. In 2018, we participated in the Agricultural Machinery Expo. So we exhibited our unmanned vehicle, electric vehicles, and electric agricultural farming machineries at the various exhibitions over the past years. Over the past years, 20 years, I have visited these countries as marked on the map to seek for more opportunities for collaborative partnerships to create a more sustainable and greener future for Taiwan. Here, I'm showing you the examples of the energy storage devices I was talking about. Chongyi already launched many projects in various countries. So we have learned a lot from Chongyi in terms of electric buses. In addition to providing total solutions, the vehicle, the chassis, is manufactured locally in overseas countries. The management is handled by local staff, so they are able to localize the entire production chain and optimize their business models. So we are very honored to form a partnership with them. And in terms of fiber VOC and gas purification technologies, we also have been working on the oxygen enriching systems. This is yet another aspect of the technologies or environmental technologies we have been developing. We also worked with Donghai University to establish an AI center so that the smart manufacturing could be taught and demonstrated to young students. Here is a list of all the customers we work with. We have received many cases from ADB, the Asian Development Bank. We have attended many demo sessions and meetings in Southeast Asia. We have also reached out to the local Taiwanese Farmers Association, and some of them have already purchased our solutions. Moreover, we have formed partnerships and joined the climate and COVID-19 challenges, the value chain co-creation initiative 2021 to 2022, and it is such a great honor for us to be able to work hand in hand with our peers and counterparts at home and abroad to enhance the value chain through co-creation and collaboration. We also signed an MOU with our Indian partners this year. I would like to end my presentation with a photo that features the countryside scenery in Taiwan. I believe that by adding a human and customer-centered touch to the technologies we deploy, we are able to further capitalize on the most cutting-edge technologies and the merits and the strength of Taiwanese people based on our ability for lifetime learning and mutual cooperation to achieve a better and brighter future. Thank you. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Jake Lin, General Manager of Lead Ray Energy Co. Limited.
President Chang and also Director General Lin, distinguished guests, to my dear colleagues, and also for those who are joining us online. from the APO member states. Good afternoon. I'm from Lead Ray Energy. I'm the general manager, Jake Lin. And I think I'm here on behalf of the SME. I would like to thank CPC for allowing us to be part of the APO. 11 years ago, we began working on energy projects. For my company, we chose the LED industry, which was a very popular industry at that time. I think 50% of the listed companies, they are involved in similar projects, and this project actually finished about 5 years ago, and I'm still here. I think that shows a lot about the tenacity of the SME, and we don't just give up that easily. And I would like to thank CPC for joining the APO so that we are able to give you this presentation. Today we're talking about ecosystem, and I am going to show you cases of a smart grid because this is part of green energy. It's a very important component of green energy and green productivity. So just now we heard from Da Feng, from Chenglong, and they've been the predecessors in Taiwan in waste recycling and management, and they become very competitive players in this field. So I think that spirit that is very iconic of Taiwan, and that actually puts us on the world map, and the quality of our power, and also it's also recognized globally. And Thai power has also adopted the management model and also include private sectors. So for the moment, we have 20% of the power coming from renewable energy. And for our company, because we have faced some challenges before, and since we have already embarked on this track, and we started working with CPC and to continue on this right track. And so 20% of green energy, renewable energy, we will continue to accumulate more experience and to provide stable energy supply to for domestic use, and also dedicate that experience and know-how to other countries that might need stable power supply. So this is a very important strategy, and this is what we are doing from LeadRay. So we are not a group. We don't have that much resource, but we do have our capability. And from the experience that we have accumulated from different projects, we would like to share that with our peer so that we can strengthen the ecosystem that we've all built together, and to do our part for APO. So we have the top LED streetlight coverage rate in Taiwan, and the total number is 350,000. Right now, Chiayi City, which is actually selected as a city of happiness, and we have very high coverage of their street lights, and with very low fault rate. And the second case is in Changhua, and we have manufactured the smart street lights for them, more than 10,000 street lights. So people can actually control the lights with their apps. So for example, the the illumination can actually be controlled. Say, for example, if they're going to play if there is a movie being screened in the open air theater, and they can actually reduce the illumination. And this is the service that we can provide to them. So 5 years ago, since the LED market has dropped by a great degree, so we went into street lights. So we took inventory of our resources and what our strengths are and what we could do with what we have. So we see that for Taiwan's 280 counties, they're looking for streetlights, for LED streetlights. And we apply for that project, and then we won it. And then, so we therefore we are supplying these street light and also the power grid operation, and we have also got the project for the roof of the Taiwan IKEA stores. And also there is a metal alloy factory, and we're also in charge of their solar panel roofs. So we originally we were going to set up a factory in China. However, due to the policy changes, we decided to stay in Taiwan. And so, like I said, we took inventory of our resources and of the manpower, and we are now currently a service provider for smart grid. So I would like to share with you that do not give up, and would like to thank government for the policy of renewable energy that we are able to continue to thrive, and also very glad to be a part of the APO. And for the present, we have solar panels installed on rooftop, and also the energy storage system, and that can be used for lighting. There are street smart light poles, and so if you want to build an independent grid in your factory, which is a smart microgrid, Lead Ray is one of the top provider in that field. For microgrid, the overall system is below 1.5 megawatt, and there has to be more than 70% of power coming from renewable energy, and external grid ideally should not exceed 20%. And when it's connected to the main grid, and it cannot have a too big of an impact on the main grid. For microgrid, because the power supply is not stable, it's intermittent because it mainly relies on solar energy. With regard to solutions, people talk about storage nowadays, but in the future, with thousands or maybe tens of thousands of microgrids adjoining, we will have more flexibility. And so, therefore, there needs to be some power engineering, some control technology, and also theoretical model maintenance and repairment. At this moment, I think we have already reached a status where it's basically quite stable. So this is the main grid from Taipower. If it's not connected to the main grid, so this microgrid basically relies on solar energy, wind energy, and perhaps hydrogen. And so once we have the power generated from renewable energy, it could be stored. And of course, we also need to incorporate the weather for the calculation. And for example, in Southeast Asia, there are many islands, offshore islands. If you want to connect the underwater cable, it will be very expensive. So using the microgrid based on renewable energy, it would actually provide them with the power they need. Say, for example, in Taiwan, Kinmen and Penghu, these offshore islands, they're also trying to incorporate microgrids to reduce their dependence on the main grid. So, for example, this company, we are actually the 22nd company that visited them. And so you can see this is a very competitive business. So we were able to win this bid and for this alloy company. And this is the parking lot, so that on top of the roof of that parking space, we install the solar panels. And then this is also the stadium for an elementary school, and so Kias, and then we have also installed solar panels on their rooftop. So this is a very large power field, and we were also competing with around 20 companies, and they have a lot of experience, and we were so able to won the bid. And well, we also do this kind of underground installation. And in this picture, you see a system. We currently have that system in our company, and the data is also verified by Tide Power. This is the energy storage system, and we also have the PCS, and also it's an integrated system. So Tide Power's demand, it demands that we can switch to this system during a power outage within 1 second, and we are able to do that. So you can see that the frequency, like I said, needs to be stabilized. So if it's actually below 59.98, and we will need to release the power from it. And also, if there is too much power, say if it goes beyond 6.25, then we would have to take some energy back in order to stabilize the frequency. And so this is the system that we have. So if this AFC system is widely implemented, we will be able to see more stable frequency across Taiwan. So this is something that we are working together with Tide Power. And in Taiwan, the power supply, I think the quality is very stable. So we have these solutions, storage cabinet for household uses, and this could actually be rolled out in Southeast Asia, in India. So for the ecosystem, we will try to bring all the top companies and build a solution collectively and offer it to these countries. So this is the case in 2019. We worked together with the Ministry of Technology and also Industrial Development Bureau, and this is a 13 million project for smart grid. And this is currently implemented in Tainan City. And we have a solar power system of 140 kilowatt. And so you can see that this is combined with the smart street lights. And so there are also the charging pole, and there is also the weather monitor. So this is not connected to the main grid, and this actually we design the energy storage system, and so it's powered by the solar panels. We can store the power, so even it goes 1 month without any sunlight, this street light will still work. So that is our design. So we designed this entire solution. So we heard that they're going to build smart industrial parks in Southeast Asia, and so these smart lights could be very useful, and it can be controlled via their apps, and so they can monitor the weather, traffic flow, and also carbon level. So it can all collected. All these data can be collected by this solution. But for a small company like ours, we got a GE and Philips certification, and we won many awards over the past few years. So that is why we have a very, very low defect rate, and we've been working together with all these customers here, including Zhonghua Telecom. So we provide a stable system, and for all these devices or vehicles, they need to be charged, and we are able to address these needs. For example, we have a hydrogen battery cell, fuel cell, and because for the factories that may not be able to use solar energy, they can perhaps consider hydrogen. So this actually this is the golf course in Miaoli. This is the parking lot, and we will design the microgrid for them. And because there will be a lot of electric vehicle, and a lot of their customers drive a Porsche or Tesla electric vehicle, and we will be designing charging solutions for them and also their microgrids. And I would also like to thank APO for the opportunity, because international platform is very important for us. And I would like to thank APO and CPC for the opportunity. And we will continue to sharpen our tools to enhance our skills and to provide even better solutions for our international partners. And this year, would also like to thank CPC for signing the MOU. And that is all for my presentation. Thank you very much. And our final presentation as iWater Ultimate Solution, we have Mr. Jackie Chang, the Vice President of Huayan Water Solution.
Mr. Chang, Mr. Lin from IDB, our partners and colleagues from the ecosystem. My name is Zhang Lifu, Jackie Chang, Vice President from Huayan Water Solution Co. Today, I would like to talk about our intelligent Internet of Things technology-enabled digital transformation of the water industry. Hualian is a joint venture company founded by Advantech and eTree Taiwan. We focus on water solutions enabled by Internet of Things as well as AI to assist our partners and customers in digital transformation, especially those in the water industry. Please allow me to introduce the Advantech. The mission of the company is to enable an intelligent planet. The total revenues in 2020 was $1.73 billion US dollars. And the market capital is about 9.6 billion. We are ranked number 5 out of the top 100 companies in Taiwan. Our service fields include Industry 4.0, Industry IoT, embedded computing, smart city, and here are our important milestones. We were founded in 1983. In 2010, the company defined its mission to be enabling an intelligent planet. We also have been showcasing our IoT-enabled solutions in the Linkou Industrial and Science Park. We realized that we need to create a wise and cloud-based WisePass platform to advance. So we also introduced the WisePass. In 2020, we introduced our own ESD statement, and we also established our green energy generation plants. By 2025, we hope that half of our energy would be green energy, and by 2050, all of our energy would be from green and renewable sources. And our goal is to help our partners reach similar goals by tapping into the entire green productivity ecosystem. We have our footprints in Taiwan, China, and North America. We have outlets in 28 countries and 14 service centers and 4 logistics centers and 3 manufacturing sites. Our goal is to deepen and further develop our solutions to develop total solutions for turnkey export. We will focus on Southeast Asian market and the Indian market in particular. I will share with you some case studies relating to our development in that aspect. Here you can see our automation and embedded platforms development is represented by the blue line. As you can see, the IoT trend has took the world by storm. We'll have to try to combine software and hardware to provide integrated solution. Through co-creation, co-selling, and co-development, we need to create our own ecosystem. We realize that this is very important. Therefore, we worked with an eTree to form a joint venture co-creation company to establish the Hualian water solution to provide integrated application and cloud-based solutions to people in the 2 companies in the water industry. Here, our vision is to use IoT technology, our AI, operation and maintenance managed platforms as the core of innovation to upgrade the environmental protection industry and create new value. So we've been working with related trade associations to work with and help and assist companies in the industry to achieve their environmental sustainability goals, particularly those in need of industrial upgrading and transformation, as well as optimization within the water industry. So we also focus on these following strategies. They are IoT, for example, the sensors, the equipment, the patrol, automated patrol inspections, SCADA, etc. This is the base level. So we also focus on the O&M platform for big data NI model, to name a few. Sometimes when you have plants in different locations, therefore, as you can see in the past, all the data from different plants are stored in separate silos. Therefore, there hasn't been a centralized approach to big data analysis. Therefore, we use AI model to predict and to make decisions in order to help the users to effectively manage the different plants. And of course, we also provide project service, for example, system integration, water unit processing, and project implementation. Sometimes we realize that we cannot do this alone. We need to work with universities. For example, we've been working with Charlton University for chemical treatment, development, for dosing identification, to name a few. We also have other strategic cooperation partners listed on the right-hand side. As the previous speakers have mentioned, it is important to co-create and collaborate with our peers within the industry in order to provide the most optimized solutions for companies in Taiwan, and we'll be able to provide turnkey solutions for export for the overseas markets. Here, as you could see, we are showing the trends of the global water management markets. Whether it's in India or in the Southeast Asia, we could see the demands rising rapidly. In the future, we will focus on South Asia and ASEAN countries. In 2018, we in fact followed CPC to go on a visit to India. I believe that in the future we will focus on turnkey export of our solutions, but we cannot do this on our own. We'll have to work with ecosystem partners to be able to export our turnkey solutions to India and other Asian countries. Here, I would like to show you the common water treatment operation problems. The pain points used to be associated with human experiences, relying on manual and human decision making. This has caused the operation cost to skyrocket. You know that water quality fluctuates minute by minute, so we will need intelligent water treatment technology. Processing facilities will have to be intelligent as well. The supervision service of the whole plant system will have to be intelligent as well. This increases the efficiency, lowers energy consumption, reduces consumables, reduce manpower, and improve risk control. These approaches will help to resolve the pain points faced by many companies and plants. Many people talk about OT and IT. People used to just think about the OT aspect. Now with IoT, 5G, and Internet, people are moving toward the next step, decentralized big data system build. People often think about how you use big data to predict and from a single system to a cloud-based architecture service. So these are all intended to resolve the pain points of the industry. Therefore, here we propose remote monitoring, remote control, predictive maintenance, which is enabled by automated analytics. We also offer optimization and intelligent operation with 3 focuses: safety, instant response, and efficiency in management. So here we are applying all these methods and concepts to intelligent water solution and to water plants around the world. These are part of the features we can supply and offer to our clients worldwide. We often think about how to execute digital transformation of our wastewater treatment. We need to focus on digital transformation, optimization, and to digitize all the aspects of the plant. What this means is that we need to not just have the digital infrastructure. We need to also focus on the digital optimization. What this means that you use different projects to lower manpower needs and an O&M cost and also to enhance efficiency of management. But now we are moving on to even the next step, which is the digital transformation. This is to restructure your business model and DNAs. So this is what digital transformation is really about. In the past, when we talk to our customers or the system aggregators, sometimes they only focus on their own field. They work in silos. They have not really thought about how to implement digital transformation and overall paradigm shift across the entire organization. But what we do is we focus on digital transformation across all layers. For example, we focus on OT and IT. In the past, people only focused on OT. For example, the water treatment equipment and devices, the sensors, basically equipments and devices for collecting data. However, today we have moved on to focus on IT. We need to look at the control level, O&M services level, and the entire enterprise level. From the control level, which we have the AI, the decision making, the prediction, all these different technologies, and all in the O&M services level, we have the WisePass IoT solution, device on BI solution. In the enterprise level, we have the database agent, which focuses on asset management, material preparation and supply, management, and maintenance management. Here we have a diagram that shows you our water resource management strategies that can be applied to industrial park, wastewater treatment, and factory wastewater treatment plant, to name a few. We have always been thinking that whether in Taiwan or around the world, small and medium-sized enterprises need services in this aspect. So we focus on PCB, paper industry, and petrochemical and semiconductor industry. What we do is we reduce energy consumption, improve management in efficiency, safe dosing medicine, and master key operating indicators. What we also do is that we offer the following water treatment solutions. What is the most widely applied is our intelligent water O&M platform and the coagulation dosing. Here, this diagram shows you our solutions suit according to water treatment needs. We have the field aspect, edge AI aspect, and O&M aspect. Here in the middle layer, we have the edge AI, you have biological treatment, A2O, coagulation dosing, coagulation, membrane filtration. These are all the important elements of the edge AI, meaning that the edge AI is applied to the above elements. In the bottom layer, you have the pump vibration, which is connected to the internet, water quality monitoring, A2O, process control, dosing pump control, and MBR control. They're all reliant on the AI IoT so that we could aggregate the data from all these devices for better decision making and optimize the management. Here, in terms of intelligent water treatment O&M solution, we have the following four aspects. You could see that they could very effectively connect the different aspects from step 1 all the way to step 4. We have the device management, step 1. For example, the water quality sensor, water pump, which then analyzed, and then it is then turned into dashboard for data communication and storage. Then you could look at the different affluent standards in order to reduce cost and enhance efficiency. Then you move on to step 3, application management, and step 4, visualization. Here, I'm showing you the dashboards for the water treatment management transformation. This includes the different data needed for different types of staff. So this visualized data could be used for decentralized management in order to show people the right KPIs that they need to be aware of in order to increase equipment availability, improvement the entire capacity of the plant, including in enhancing equipment efficiency, and water quality monitoring. Here, I show you our device on BI. The featured focuses are as follows. So here you could see that we have real-time monitoring, configuration, and historic information. Normally, when you ask people in charge of patrol inspection and O&M services without the AI service, they're not going to be able to answer the question regarding the status quo of the plant. But here, with our services, we will be able to digitize the equipment assets and electronic inspection process. And then in order to implement notification and staff dispatch through operational analysis and statistical report, you know that which equipment has failures all the time, which is out of service more frequently. This will help to achieve this facility proper rate and organized lean management. Here I'm showing you the stratums of our water treatment solution center. As you could see from operation management, decision support, patrol execution, processing flow, abnormality alerts, to name a few, this would all help to enhance optimized management. Now, I would like to talk about the dosing treatment. As you could see, the normal pain points are as follows. Number one, which is that mistakes can be made if this is entirely dependent upon human labor. Sometimes when the dosage is released at the front end, it is very much dependent on the person's experience, personal experience. Sometimes the overdosing happens because the person wants to achieve an end result. So there's a time lag due to lack of real-time data, and this also indirectly increases the number of sludge, causing more problems down the road. But however, if we use the Edge AI, you're able to look at the sewage treatment plant from an AI perspective. An AI detection database is established, so you can predict 16 to 18 hours ahead of time for decision making, precision decision making, and dosing amount determination. And here I am showing you the chemical coagulation dosing system. So from the sensor to the platform for management, in the process, we have the AI dosing system that's right in the middle. I will not go into details here in the interest of time. We also focus on using OT to IT to AI. This is a migration that a lot of companies are going through. We listen to our customers' voices and needs, so we have been adding AI to the dosing system to help them predict and visualize their data. Here, we provide a coagulation sedimentation packages. What I mean is that we use the edge computing control model combined with processing flow chart, management platform information, and benefits analysis. So this will all have to be streamlined, and the software and hardware are integrated so that we can provide an one-stop shopping turnkey solution to our customers overseas. I would like to show you an example at the Taoyuan Northern District Water Resource Recycling Facility. Each day, 12 tons of wastewater is treated here. The overall capacity is about 20 tons. As you could see, they have the bottom layer, which is a SCADA. Then, however, originally they did not have a visualization of data. So we provided them with this platform for the operation maintenance management. And for decentralized management, we also have set this up within the Guangfu Park of Yitree Industrial Technology Research Institute. So as you can see at the base layer, they use a lot of Advantech devices, and then the data is sent to the Guangfu Park of Yizhi. So whether it's centralized or decentralized, as you can see here, this is an example of the decentralized management system. And another example is the water purification plant here in Nantou, Taiwan. In the past, dosing was done manually based on individuals' determination. However, with our AI precision-based dosing system, they're able to enhance and reduce the dosing and enhance operational efficiency. We also went to India. So whether it's Bionet or MBR, we use 4G, and then the data is then transmitted back to the Guangfu Park of Yizhi. So what is interesting is that at Yizhi, it not only have the aggregated data from the different plants in Taiwan, it also is receiving this data from the Indian plant. So it could, in a remote manner, help these operators of water plants better manage and optimize their operations. And like I said, we have created a Advantech AIoT co-creation campus in Linkou in Taiwan. Phase 1 is focused on IoT and smart city. Phase 2 is focused on industry 4.0. And the first phase will be launched in 2023, second quarter of 2023. You're more than welcome to visit us once we launch the campus. There will also be phase 2 and phase 3 that will be launched in the years to come. Thank you very much for your presentation today. I would like to thank Jackie Chang for your most excellent presentation. Lastly, please welcome Dr. Chang, President of China Productivity Center, to go on stage and deliver his closing remarks.
Thank you very much for your participation today. Time went by really fast. I would like to thank all these representatives from our ecosystem. 15 minutes is very short, but this is already broadcast online among our APO member states. We have got very good feedback, and also we also have local audience that are joining us online. So the ecosystem is a business model. For this business model, we try to create benefit for all of us and good for all of us. So even though we have a limited resource, we can actually generate much more value if we come together. So we don't need to sign contracts or MOUs necessarily. However, with a good platform, it can help us to venture from Taiwan local market to the global market. So we'll find more time to have more sharing, and would also like to thank Dr. Mockton, our Secretary General of APO, and also the kind support of the Secretariat, and for also Section Chief Lin from the Industrial Development Bureau. We also have representative from different entities here, and also from the Ministry of Environment, and I would like to thank all of you. And I think there's one something I would like to comment on as well. Digital transformation is very important. There's digital transformation and optimization. So of course we want to optimize our business, our work. So digital connection is actually the key. So when it's optimized, it needs to be connected. Otherwise, transformation wouldn't happen. So I actually have an article that's published on this subject matter. So digital transformation, of course, is very important, but having a platform of our ecosystem, we hope it can be sustainable. And so we have these green experts, and that they provide outbound or inbound service. So, but however, this is rather scattered. So during the tea break, I was also talking to a few participants. They say they want to join that green force, that team of experts. So if you would like to connect with our ecosystem partners, I hope that you have exchanged business cards or you know how to reach out to us. And we have manager Lin Shoulan. She's also here. And our MC today is Vice Manager Xue. So you can actually also talk to them. And CPC plays a role as the connector. If you have anything that you'd like to ask of us, and we are more than willing to provide our help, and we'll see you very soon. Okay, thank you very much. And the International Forum for Ecosystem on Green Productivity has come to an end. Thank you very much for your participation today, physically and virtually, and wish you all good health and success.